Oh, that's the other people.
Are you going to call on the speaker?
Honorable members, Mr. Speaker.
Who, in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness, have appointed the office of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity. We beseech you to look upon with the abundant favor these your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important trust in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation, in so just and faithful a manner as promotion and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to their charge. Amen. Amen.
Item number 2, communication from the chair.
Colleagues, I welcome you to today's sitting. I have been informed by the Hansard team that in order to be clearly visible, I should get permission to remove my mask. But that means you can only come to my bench if you have a mask. So each one of us should be having a mask. And you can see the distancing. I have. So in case of any doubt, you can consult Dr. Kaduchu, who can, for your own, benefit. So thank you. Colleagues, I want to join you. I was following most of you yesterday. I want to join other leaders, me, the Right Honorable Speaker, and on your behalf, to congratulate the people of Kenya upon a successful election, and also congratulate His Excellency William Ruto, President-elect, upon being elected as the fifth President of the Republic of Kenya. Our prayer is that anyone who is not satisfied with the outcome of the election would indeed follow the legal process so that we can have peace in the region, because what happens with our neighbors has a very, very big impact on us. So we pray that the whole process concludes very, very peacefully, and that would be setting an example on how indeed a credible election is held. So we wish them well, and I was very happy with the remarks of the President-elect when he said that this is a win for Kenya and everyone would be included in the government, and he extended an olive branch. So we pray that that was a message which they will welcome so that peace can prevail. Secondly, I want to take this opportunity to welcome the government chief whip, the Honorable Hamson Oboa, to his maiden sitting as a government chief whip. He has been a member of parliament for 17 years. So I'm very sure we are going to tap into his experience very much. And I'm now glad that questions won't be coming from Honorable Nambeshu on why his number mate is missing. So guys, the checkmates, keep checking each other. build on the good rapport. We've all been colleagues in the House, and I don't have any inch of doubt really on Honorable Bua. I'm very sure that he's going to raise the bar extremely high, and that would be the benefit of this House in general, because when we have, you know, high caliber individuals in positions of responsibility, then we benefit as a House. So colleagues, with that, allow me to call on Honorable Bua, since this is your maiden, you know, appearance in the House as a government chief whip. You might be having some words of wisdom you want to share with our colleagues.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank you for this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, for all intent and purposes, this is just like you have stated, my maiden speech as Government Chief Whip of the Republic of Uganda. I have been away in my other earlier assignment as Minister of State for Education and Sports in charge of sports, as leader of delegation for Team Uganda to the World Athletics Championship, Oregon, and the Commonwealth Games 2022. My appointment came while I was out with Team Uganda. First and foremost, permit me to thank His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, who appointed me 2 years, 7 months ago as Minister of State for Education and Sports, in charge of sports. I also want to pay tribute to him for the recent appointment on elevation to the office of the Government Chief Whip. Right Honorable Speaker, I am here to learn. I am here to work with my party. I am here to work with the executive arm of government. I want to commit that as Government Chief Whip, I will work with Parliament. The two presiding officers, the Right Honorable Speaker, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, I will work with your respective offices. I will work with the right-hand side of government, that is the NRM side, where I chair the parliamentary caucus, and I also commit to work together with the office of the leader of opposition and even members of the opposition, because Uganda is our country. We do not have a second choice country. Members of the independent, I am here to work together. I am here for us to work together. The UPDF, they are already part and partial of the bigger parliament that I mentioned earlier on. I also commit that, Right Honorable Speaker, I will, together with our team on this side, attempt, with due respect, to uphold the ideals that you cherish, together with the Right Honorable Speaker, of evidence-based debate, evidence-based submission, evidence-based legislation. I also commit to be available when I am available. I also commit that my office will be open to all sides, because whether NRM, independent, or opposition, we all need services to our people. My office will be open to you, honorable members. Whether I'm there or not there, that is an office. There are issues that come on the floor, but when we talk, even outside in our respective offices, we can handle them. I promise you. I want to well written, others are not written. I pray that we work as a team, we work Right Honorable, I've said I will be available when available. You permit me to be out of the office of the Minister of State for Education and Sports, in charge of sports, to my friend and brother, Honorable Peter Ogwang, at State House, Nakas. My colleagues on the front bench to stand in for me. As and when I'm available, I will be available. Honorable members, I want to thank you. May God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll allow your checkmate.
Mine is to receive you with open hands, my colleague. We know each other inside out, and I hope you will measure. But Mr. Speaker, mine was to make a comment on your communication, especially giving congratulations to the wananchi of Kenya upon a peaceful election of their new president-elect. But Mr. Speaker, as you do also appreciate, the media, including state-owned media, was very balanced and given freedom to stream live all the results that were being channeled into the public portal. And indeed, the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission in Kenya has demonstrated by word and deed that they are indeed independent, because they channeled all the results from 34A, that is polling stations, to a public portal, unlike in the neighboring countries, including ours. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you were to follow religiously and dutifully, which you did, I'm sure, the campaign trails, even the eventual voting, the rivals to the project of the head of state, we give an equivalent airtime. On media, there was no tear gas, there was no torture, there were no anti-riot police, like in some countries where guns on the streets would be more than nurses in Murago. So we could borrow relief, Mr. Speaker, sir, from the neighborhood. That is my observation on what is happening.
Thank you, Rob. I think what is important is the laws being implemented in each country are passed by their parliaments. We are here, we are the ones who make the laws. So if there is something you appreciated, the task will be for you to incorporate it. But it takes two to tango, you know, it takes two to tango. So it's lessons for all of us, not only for those who are tear gassed, but also the tear gassers, if that's what it means. So both of us must learn from the process. And of course, it was a process which every one of us would appreciate. Yeah. Honorable Samba, you're the last one.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you. I want to thank you and appreciate you for a good eye to observe what transpired across in Kenya, especially your prayer of peace in the region. Because as Uganda, we depend a lot on what goes on. Anything that goes on in Kenya really affects us. So I think your message was really very critical at such a time. And the smile with which you said whatever you said looked like you're the person you supported won. So I want to congratulate you very much upon that. But Right Honorable Speaker, whenever such things go on, as a country, we must pick and seriously pick lessons. the Kenyan election was a very big lesson to us. When you look at the institutions within this process, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the institutions that caught my eye during the Kenya elections, Right Honorable Speaker, were the key institutions, especially the army. Despite the fact that the army was deployed, Right Honorable Speaker, on the streets, they were not kidnapping the people. They were not doing things that we witnessed here, Right Honorable Speaker. When you look at other institutions, the police and everyone, you looked at every institution was working for the people of Kenya. And as Ugandans, we may never bury our heads under the sand when, as we celebrate the good win the Kenyans went through, we must ensure that every institution here knows that there is a people of Uganda to serve, not just an individual or a regime. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Colleagues, in the public gallery this afternoon, we have visitors of Namugongo Matters Church of Uganda from St. Mark's, Kennington, Diocese of Southwark, United Kingdom. They include Reverend Canon Stephen Colson, priest and former vicar of Namugongo Matters Church of Uganda. Rebecca Colson, spouse to Reverend Stephen. Emma White, daughter to Reverend Stephen. Christopher White, son-in-law to Reverend Stephen. And Emma Camp, daughter to Reverend Stephen. They have come to observe proceedings of this house. Join me in welcoming them. Thank you. Colleagues, on matters of national importance, gender, you have, let me first listen, gender has become gender.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
And you know she's on the border.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to add my voice to congratulate the Kenyans for concluding the elections in a peaceful manner. We who come from the borders, when there is no peace in Kenya, definitely we are the first recipients of our relatives from the other side who come and cross over to our districts. So, Right Honorable Speaker, the issue that I wanted to state is also to congratulate the people of Kenya for this time electing 7 governors who are women. This, Right Honorable.
Honorable, I would request let a colleague finish. I don't think this is an issue. Then I will allow you. Let a colleague finish.
So, Right Honorable Speaker, this particular time, the number of women rose from 4 from the 2017 elections to 7, and the women who were elected who directly competed with men were 22. And this we need to appreciate that slowly Kenya is appreciating the issue of having women in leadership. Politics is not meant for men alone. The women also can. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
That's a very, very important point to note that Kenya is learning from us here in Uganda. Vice President a woman, Prime Minister a woman, Speaker a woman, you know, you see the front bench. We just have 2 men here and 4 women, in fact, 5. So it's important and it should be noted how Kenya has learned from us. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Kenyan election is very important, not only in East Africa, but Africa as a whole. Wouldn't it be procedural, right, Mr. Speaker? Create enough time on the order paper on another day, such that we extensively exhaust the lessons learned
Because there are many good things to talk about the Kenyan election. Isn't it procedure right, Mr. Speaker, to create time on other paper at a later date?
As presiding officers, we are going to look at it because we have to consult whether we should be able to discuss issues of another country beyond congratulations and all that. You have to be very, very cautious. Sometimes the language goes beyond the limits of diplomacy. We might end up doing more harm than good. So, Honorable Chivumbi, you had procedure matter?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I should take this opportunity to welcome my brother, Honorable Obua, as a government chief whip. Right, Honorable Speaker, I raised on a point of procedure. Right, Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, on Thursday, I rose again on the matter of procedure regarding to the numerous letters I've written to the clerk to Parliament to avail to me as the Shadow Minister for Finance, but even then, as an ordinary member of Parliament. Right, Honorable Speaker, you promised to have a meeting on Friday that never came to pass. Right, Honorable Speaker, I stand to raise the same procedure. The reason why I'm insisting on it is that the very essence and necessity of us as members of Parliament is the authenticity of the resolutions and the recommendations that we make. If by extension they are shortchanged, then our well-meaning to the country is rendered useless. I have 4 resolutions that I'm following. I've followed the one of Atiak, which for all intent and material purposes was altered. I'm following the one on Vince Coffee. Right, Honorable Speaker, it's a matter that I'll go to a very length to ensure that the sanctity and the authenticity of our resolutions are abided by all organs of the state. Therefore, Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm raising on a point of procedure whether the clerk can decline to give me a resolution that was adopted and passed by this Parliament.
Thank you, Honorable Member. You've made a very grave allegation that the resolution for Atiak was altered. When a resolution is extracted, a Hansard is attached, a copy of the Hansard, which is a clear record of the proceedings, so that even the implementing officer or agent is able to follow the debate of that day. If the resolution is different from the record of the Hansard, then that implementing officer should be able to raise it and say, no, this is not. But I will request you give me a copy of the resolution of Atiak, which you say was altered, because when such an issue, such a statement is made on the floor of Parliament, it's very close to questioning the legitimacy and integrity of this House. So I will request that you submit a copy of the altered resolution. We compare whether it's not in line with the record on Hansard. On the one of on the one of Vinci, yes, I haven't gotten back to you, but I met the clerk, and the clerk, for record which can be captured here, clearly told me he downloaded the copy of the Hansard and he forwarded it to the executive for action. So, and that copy is a public document. It's on the website of Parliament. Any one of you can access it. So I encourage colleagues, anyone who is interested in what was resolved on Vinci, please, you can access either from the Hansard office or even on the website of Parliament. It's a public. It's another Form 34A. It's public. You can go and you check on it. I don't know whether that satisfies you. That should be enough. But
Right, Honorable Speaker, on the first one, Tomorrow, I undertake one to read the report of the committee that was adopted, to lay on this table a copy of the resolution on attack that I have, to lay on table the Hansard of that day.
Please.
And I'll do it tomorrow.
Please.
On the second one, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm not satisfied with that answer, because the communication from Parliament to the executive is not through the answered. It is through a resolution that is well processed. And the clerk cannot in any way say I'm incompetent, I just downloaded then let the executive back out. So the point, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Chivumbi, that's not a language to use on our craft.
Let me withdraw the word incompetent.
Yes.
He found it not necessary to do the due diligence he ought to do. Now, if we are exhausting the internal matter, and I want it on record, is that I'll move to the High Court and compel him through the Public Information Act to avail me that copy.
Honorable, that's your right, you can go ahead. No, colleagues, time is not on my side. We are going to continue. Chegegwa?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm coming from the communication you made, Right Honorable Speaker, to also congratulate Kenya for concluding the
that's
election.
not a procedure matter, man.
I'm coming on the procedure.
No, please. I don't have time, Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker, let me raise the procedure then. That coming from that election of Kenya, where they have the first ever albino in the world to be an MP. Right Honorable Speaker, we are here in Parliament and all the proceedings of Parliament are relayed to the public. Wouldn't it be procedurally right for us to have an interpreter in this House? Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. That's for our television broadcasts.
Yes.
Because the interpreters we have are for MPs who are not able to hear. So that one we are going to look at it administratively. Okay. Honorable Namuga, procedure, and colleagues, let procedure be procedure.
Right, Honorable Speaker, 108 billion was given to Achak Sugar Factory through a supplementary. Right, the factory. Right, Honorable Speaker, the procedure matter that I'm raising is, are we proceeding very well when a company is burnt and the ministry does not give a report and we just leave it at that? Right, Honorable Speaker, are we proceeding well?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Yes, we are proceeding well. Procedure has to do with the day's business, and on today's business, we don't have a TIAC. So we are proceeding well, right, Honorable Member. Procedure?
Thank you very much.
You can raise that matter in another forum.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, his decision is to go to court and compel the clerk to provide information. But Right Honorable Speaker, that will be a bad precedence to this House. Will it mean that every member that desires a resolution, that desires something about what we've concluded on, will need to go to court and compel the clerk? Right Honorable Speaker, wouldn't we handle this better? And as a House, we take a decision on how members can take a decision, can get these resolutions, because like you said, it is public information. But when we just leave it like this, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm a bit worried that tomorrow I may need the same. Will I need also to go to court? Why don't we, Right Honorable Speaker, find a better mechanism on how members or how these resolutions can be made public, and everyone can, whatever something we pass here, a resolution is also made public, the same way the answer is made public, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. You see, the Honorable Chivumbi has said he's not satisfied with what the clerk communicated. The clerk says, I submitted the Hansard. Okay? The Hansard has what you voted on. The question was put, and that question was. So, and that's what he has said he gave. And it's available. I've communicated to you. It's available. He communicated the Hansard, he delivered the Hansard, and the Hansard is available. But Honorable Chivumbi says he's not satisfied. So once a member is not satisfied, it's his right to use other mechanisms to get satisfied. I think Honorable Kivumbi is exercising his right, okay? Because he's not satisfied with the administrative steps we've taken. Otherwise, these are public documents. Colleagues, you can go on the parliamentary website. You will find them there. Simple. So, you know, you're coming to guide the speaker? No, I don't.
I'm seeking your guidance, Mr. Speaker,
Please,
sir. And you
no,
see, what is the Honorable Mwanga? What is
opposition chief whip.
Yeah.
I don't know that point. It could be procedure, it could be.
Okay.
Yes.
Procedure, but I know you know what I'm driving at. Mr. Speaker, sir.
Anyway.
It is true, as you have put it. This information is publicly available on our parliamentary website. But what the Honorable Mwanga is trying to exhaust are the internal remedies, which require certified copies of the Hansard, which the responsible officer, who is the clerk, has declined to avail him. That's why now he realizes he has virtually no other option other than seeking redress from the High Court. And it would not, like the Honorable Shabe put it,
Yeah.
It would make this institution look a bit ugly. And it may also set a very bad precedent, so to speak.
No, not to me, because when you're saying it would set a bad precedent, it's as if there is something you're hiding. On a public document, it's not a bad precedent. Maybe it can also be a precedent which we shall be utilizing in future, which can guide us. But this is a public document which is available. Whether it is a stamped one, whether it's whatever is on the website of Parliament is what is approved by the clerk and this house. So if any member reads and is not satisfied, then we have a procedure of correcting the record of Parliament. Okay? We have the whole chapter on correcting the record of Parliament. Yes. And it's not that what they publish is final. If there is any mistake, we have a law that guides on correcting the record of Parliament. But Honorable Chivumbi is the one who raised the matter, and he has given you his action, and you cannot stop a member. So matters of national importance. Honorable Mutiwa Geoffrey, colleagues, time is not on our side. Honorable Chibaji, I want to raise on the same matter. I've concluded on it. We are rotating around. Honorable Mutiwa, Honorable Opio Samuel.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise on a matter of national importance in regard to the looming hike in school fees in the third term. On the 29th of July this year, the National Conference, in which they indicated that they intend to increase school fees in the third term as a result of the astronomical rise in the food prices. We know that early this year, the schools reopened after that 2 years of a lockdown, and there are also reported increases in school fees. Right Honorable Speaker, one of the worst affected segments is on the secondary schools. And as we speak right now from the UBOS data, the secondary school enrollment, national average data shows only 27.3% of children between the age of 13 to 18 years are enrolled in secondary school. When you come to primary school, it is 80%. The highest is in Kampala, which is at around just 52.4%. Northern region, you have actually at 7.2%, West Nile at around 14.3%, Lango at 14.5%. In other words, there is low secondary school enrollment. And now we are having intended increases in the school fees. This is going to worsen the secondary school enrollment in this country. My prayers, therefore, is that one, the Ministry of Education intervenes. Earlier on, we received information that there are plans to lay statutory instruments to regulate school fees, which the Education Act provides and mandates the ministry towards that effect. The second thing, our prayer is to ask also government to come up with measures to enhance secondary school enrollment in this country. As we speak right now, only 27.3% are enrolled. Primary school education is at 80%. And lastly, my prayer is to look at the fees structure. I have with me fees structures of 2 government-aided schools. And when you look at their fee structure, it has 28 items that are indicated on it. When you look at these 28 items, for example, there's
Honorable, we don't have much time, please just go on.
So my request, therefore, as I talk about the secondary school fee structure, is to ask government to standardize it. Because if you're having 28 items on a school fee structure, for example, Board of Governor fees of 598,000 and a school with 1,000 students, that's 598 million going into just the Board of Governors. You look at school uniform.
Are you comfortable to lay it on table, Honorable?
Yes, I'll be willing to lay it on table to provide me information on this.
Can you do it?
So as I conclude, therefore,
No, you can just cross over here. You'll conclude after you've read the details of the school.
I hereby lay one, this is the Uganda National Household Survey 2019-2020, which is indicating the secondary school enrollment for. I also lay the school fee structure. This is for Senior 1 students 2022. This is for St. Mary's College, Kisubi. It is stamped and signed. And I also lay this is the school fee structure. This is Gayaza High School and is also stamped and signed. I beg to lay.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank my colleague, Honorable Opio Samuel, the MP for Colin North, for raising this very important matter at this very critical time. Right Honorable Speaker, indeed it is true, given the escalating prices of commodities, including fees, food, and many other items, including scholasticas, the Ministry of Education is not exceptional. True that schools have had conference and they plan to increase school fees due to the rising prices of commodities. And I want to inform this House that my ministry, as by law, the Education Act of 2008, mandated to form a statutory instrument that regulates the school fees and other school-related matters. Colleagues, as we pledge here sometimes back,
Let the minister first. Yeah.
the ministry has already put in place the statutory instrument which is being reviewed by the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. And in the meantime, before we bring out the instrument to be laid on the table here, there are procedures in the ministry for any school to increase the school fees through the Board of Governors, through the School Management Committee, which have got the representative of parents and other stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, I want to inform my colleague that indeed the issue of school fees is real. and the increment is real, but as a ministry, we already taken measures to ensure the school fees are within the framework for the parents as approved by the Board of Governors or by the School Management Committee. As far as the issue of low enrollment for secondary education.
But Honorable Minister, that's what a member is complaining about. You're leaving it to these people. You know, your conclusion is really, you're leaving it to these people to go and determine whatever they want. For example, Board of Governors fees. Procedure.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I think it was February this year, just immediately after the first term, students returned to school. I brought a motion here concerning the issue of school fees, and specifically the fact, Right Honorable Speaker, that most of these schools that have been mentioned are grant-aided schools, where government pays teachers and gives them even funding, but you find that they are even more expensive than the private schools, Right Honorable Speaker. This motion, Right Honorable Speaker, was referred to the Committee of Education. How I wish the Committee of Education can expedite its business and bring a report here regarding that matter. It is high time this Parliament start, and we would rather stop grant aiding these schools and allow this money to be sent to our seed secondary schools or to those other schools in our constituency.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Chairperson Education Committee is around. No, Honorable, I don't know on what point you're standing, and I can't pick. No, that's not. The clarification is for the minister, not me, not the speaker. So, colleagues. Now, the Committee on Education, colleagues, I know this is a matter which can run out of hand, and we don't even satisfy ourselves. We don't satisfy ourselves. So, Committee on Education, the document presented, tabled on the floor, please take it up and report back to the House in 2 weeks' time. Committee on Education. So conclude on the matter, Honorable Minister, the one of fees we've handled.
Thank you so much. I just want to conclude on the second issue that my colleague Honorable Piers raised on the issue of low enrollment on secondary education as students. Indeed, it is true when you look at the primary education as they transit to secondary education, the enrollment has dropped because some opt for the skilling and other training program. Yes, my ministry has taken steps in regards to sensitizing the public, the parents on the need to progress from primary education to secondary education. And I want to take that up, and I want to pledge that we will intensify on the need for all of us to ensure that our children progress from primary up to secondary education. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to pledge once again our commitment as Ministry of Education and Sports to ensure that issues pertaining school fees and enrollment are really kept as per the
Thank you, Honorable Tamaguzi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker raised on the matter of national in my constituency of Nakaseke South. Right Honorable Speaker, last week, 2 young girls were strangled on their way from Namukeke Industrial Park. They were strangled to death. The following day after, 4 more border riders were also strangled to death. Residents tried to reach police stations nearby, but they did not get necessary assistance they wanted, Right Honorable Speaker. The residents of Kapeka, Semuto, and Nakaseke are currently living here, Right Honorable Speaker, and are still waiting for the response from the Minister of Internal Affairs or concerned organs to ensure that at least there is order and sanity in the area. Right Honorable Speaker, my prayer is that the Minister of Internal Affairs should carry out some comprehensive investigations to know what actually is killing these people in Nakaseke area. Otherwise, people are in fear. Also, Right Honorable Speaker, it is high time as Parliament, Right Honorable Speaker, to look into the welfare of our officers in uniform. Most of these people, when they run to these officers to help them, they claim that they don't have fuel. Even their patrols don't work. So until Right Honorable Speaker will look into the welfare of our officers in uniform, a lot of insecurity is still happening in our country. I submit and thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Internal Affairs. The last one was for the chairperson committee on defense. Honorable Milton.
Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I've taken note of the concerns of the honorable member, and I'll follow up with him to ensure that investigations are done and the culprits are brought to book.
Thank you. Honorable Mutiwa Geoffrey.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, for the record, I'm Mutiwa Geoffrey Eric. I represent the people of Winyole West. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise on a matter of national importance regarding Buhadio Hisiro Swamp, which has turned into a death trap. Right Honorable Speaker, the above swamp connects the people of Buhadio to the islands of Hisiro in Winyole West constituency. Right Honorable Speaker, we have lost very many people in an attempt to cross the said swamp. And the most recent case is of one Wehoye Peter, who was crossing using a canoe and drowned on the Saturday of 13th of August 2022. Right Honorable Speaker, many children from Hisiro Island have dropped out of school, while others have never stepped foot in any class because they have to cross it daily to access the nearby primary school of Buhadio. Right Honorable Speaker, my prayers are that UNIA should expedite on the process of constructing the bridge because it's under the UNIA road that starts from Busoko, going through Busaba and Buhadio. Then the second prayer is that the same road should be connected to the national roads must connect to either national road or to the district road. However, for this case, the road ends at a swamp which separates the district of Kibuku and Butareja. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Government. Chief Whip, we wanted it. It should be the Maiden one for the Chief Whip.
Right Honorable Speaker, the member raises two issues. One, to expedite on the construction of the bridge. My interpretation is that from your submission, this bridge is already in the plan and in the budget. What you need is the Ministry of Works, represented by UNRWA, to expedite the process. This is my interpretation. The second issue you raise is the road be connected to Chibuku. I would want to say that the two matters will be drawn to the attention of the Minister of Works and Transport. And honorable member, if it pleases you, we could even get time and talk to the Minister of Works such that you can be in touch with him to make a follow-up on the two issues you have raised. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Ababiku Jessica, Procedure Chimosho, Honorable Chimosho.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, issues. But some of these issues, Right Honorable Speaker, have a budget implication, which is, it's okay and members are in their full right to do that. But Right Honorable Speaker, these institutions are stuck and they don't have money, not even for fuel.
I want your guidance. I want your guidance. And we are the one appropriating. And we know. I want your guidance, Mr. Speaker, procedure.
Member, honorable colleague, you're protected.
I want your guidance, procedure. Raising these issues and well knowing there is no budget, we are the appropriators of this budget. I really want to know procedurally whether we are proceeding right.
Thank you. Before Honorable Nandara comes, you see, if I'm to pick what Honorable Chimosho was saying, colleagues, you were in this house last week. You're the ones who are crying on how road fund and things to do with roads have been given more or less zero release. This house here. So a colleague, what a colleague is saying is that even if we talk, these guys are not being given money. So I think what is important is for us to ensure that indeed money is availed. Honorable Minister, you submitted the records? The Honorable Minister was supposed to submit to the crack the releases for the road sector. Did you do that, Honorable Minister? Just wait, colleagues. I remember Honorable Enos, you're the one who raised that issue.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, we have been waiting for space to actually present the report. And we are given, I think, was it last Thursday? We did not appear. Today we are not there.
On a crack, put them on tomorrow's order paper. Okay? Because I haven't seen it in my office. Otherwise, I put on the order paper what I've seen. What I haven't seen cannot get space. But if that is it, tomorrow we shall discuss this issue and comprehensively, colleagues. Okay? Colleagues, we shouldn't go back to the same issue. Let us receive the report tomorrow. After receiving it, then we are able to discuss from an informed point of view.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think a colleague has raised a very important thing. What was the purpose of UNRWA of building a road? It ends at a swamp and it cannot cross. And you cannot come and say it is a budget ratio, because the purpose should have been that that road will serve a certain community. And if it's supposed to serve a certain community, UNRWA should have put in its budget. UNRWA should have put in its budget up to where it should reach. I don't think we should come here and start saying there are budget cuts. This cannot work because the purpose was to serve a community. So, Mr. Speaker, these are issues I wanted to ask.
You can get another microphone, Honorable, for this.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Gorobi was the chair of a budget committee. And I don't think you are right to come and say there are issues. What you should come here to tell us, in your budget, did you budget for that road or to provide the service to that community? Because he has said children cannot go to school, people are being killed, and this is very dangerous, and it will be very dangerous for a government which cannot plan completely for a community. And so, Mr. Chief Speaker, I want to suggest, if you don't mind, that this is a serious matter. We would love tomorrow the Minister of Works to come with the reason why he built a road and stopped on the way instead of completing it, so it helps the community. And that's what we should ask.
Thank you. A colleague has raised the procedure I haven't guided. The issues are going to be very many colleagues. I tend to agree with what Honorable Nandara is saying, because Honorable Chief Whip, since you've committed, and tomorrow the Minister of Finance is tabling the report on releases to for the road fund and UNRWA, let the Minister of Works be here and explain this matter, because this is either it was done or it wasn't. There is no much research needed to be done. It's a direct answer, so that tomorrow the people of Bunyori can listen to the response that was raised by their colleague. Now, colleagues, you see, I hope the procedures I'm getting are not reinventing the same issue, because the minister is coming tomorrow. Honorable Mara?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, order. Honorable Omara is sitting here. He leaves a microphone here, he runs there. He is only Honorable Omara in order to run around as if it is.
Honorable colleague, you're free to choose whichever microphone. You see, a colleague might be planning to be on this side one day. So, yes, Honorable Mara is warming up.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I think this issue, there's a much broader issue. Last week, the Minister of Finance was quoted to having said that it doesn't have money to run the economy. Right Honorable Speaker, this Parliament passed an appropriation bill, which was assented to the President and became an appropriation act. This Parliament also passed the Charter for Fiscal Responsibility, which, among other things, set targets and milestones, in one particular case, our debt levels. For the financial year 2022-2023 at 53.1%. During the budget process, when the budget was being presented, the Ministry of Finance told us our debt level, debt to GDP, is at 49%. Right Honorable Speaker, the Appropriation Act gives us leeway to borrow money. Actually, this budget Parliament appropriated 28 trillion shillings. 8 trillion was a rollover, and the other remaining part was debt. Right Honorable Speaker, would it not be procedurally right for the Minister of Finance, when he comes here tomorrow, to present to the country our financial positions in terms of implementing our budget, which we have passed, including making sure that they borrow sufficient money, which was approved by Parliament, that limit of our debt levels in our Charter for Fiscal Responsibility, so that we make money available to fund the budget. So there should be no issue of saying they don't have money to run the economy. I submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable colleague. This is an issue which I refer to the committee responsible for finance. Let the minister and committees be proactive. You know, we don't need it first, everything coming here. You know, sometimes you need to scrutinize a lot of data and a lot of figures, which you cannot do on the floor. So you need to go deeper. So I would refer this to the committee on finance through the allegations as made. Honorable member, you want to agree or you don't want to agree?
I want to agree with your guidance, Right Honorable Speaker. But I just want to mention that actually the Ministry of Finance has been very slow. And I don't know why. We were supposed to have met them.
Slow on what?
We've scheduled 2 meetings so far, which they've not been able to honor. And I think the last one was this morning.
Okay.
And they didn't appear. So
please, Right Honorable. Honorable Minister, I think the chairperson is not fair. Last week, I spent the whole morning with them, answering various issues. I don't know why he's saying we are not appearing. Today, I did not have that invitation for today. So, colleagues, you see, on the floor, it won't be your word against theirs. Yeah, we were not there. I didn't sit in a minister and government chief whip take up this matter to ensure that indeed No, I've already guided on this matter. Colleagues, I need to move. Please, please, please. Honorable Jessica Babiku. Honorable colleagues, I need to move really.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity as a representative of the people of Adjumani. Right Honorable Speaker, my matter is on worst spots of roads in Adjumani district. Yesterday, some of the community members were already demonstrating. And one of these roads is from Adjumani town to Mongula, from Abiri to Sukari, Oliji Gujebe. The bridge of Oliji has never been worked on. Lastly, connecting Adjumani through Sinyanya is a problem. My prayers, one, Ministry of Works should go to Adjumani district to assess the situation of Oliji Bridge. Then to work on the 3 roads, lastly on the Sinyanya ferry. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Right Honorable Prime Minister and Chief Whip, ensure the minister responded to this tomorrow also.
Right Honorable Speaker, like Minister of Works is supposed to come here with a report. So he will come with a comprehensive report on the roads, especially where there are bridges that are not connecting. So tomorrow I'm going to inform him. He will come with a comprehensive report.
No, Right Honorable Prime Minister, the report is from Minister of Finance.
No. There is
funding. Okay.
Yeah, there is one for the Minister of Finance, but also the Minister of Works. These people want to hear from Minister of Works why they are not responding.
Right, Prime Minister, the order paper is mine.
Okay.
Now you're making the order.
Thank you.
So what I guided, Right Honorable Prime Minister, for you to get me properly, was the Minister of Finance is going to table a report on releases for the road. Minister of Works should come to address the question of Bunyore plus this one and comment on the budget. Okay?
Procedure.
So,
Procedure.
but colleagues, please, procedure is to do with proceedings that are taking place here.
Yes.
Bring your procedure.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you so much. Right Honorable Speaker, you have instructed the Minister of Finance to come with details of the release, but only in one sector, which is the road sector. My plea, Right Honorable Speaker, the release that released for the last quarter, whereas districts were expecting, say, a certain percentage, they received only 25% of what they were supposed. They sent money to the districts only for salaries. No money that was sent for anything to do the work for works. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I am pleading to you. The minister here briefs this parliament on the releases they just did in the last quarter and the impact and what they have to plan for what these other agencies have got to do. Because we are talking about only the road sector, but only most of the sectors, Right Honorable Speaker, suffered. So my humble plea to you, Right Honorable Speaker, you add on the minister comes with other details in other sectors that were impacted by the absence of money and what government plans to do with them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But Honorable colleague, if you listen to me very well, that's what I instructed the minister to do with the Committee on Finance. Parliament can be briefed through plenary or through committees. And I emphasized that it involves lots of figures which we cannot do justice to here. He will bring a statement, then it goes to finance. So I guided that the minister should appear before the Committee of Finance, present all these figures, then the committee will report to the floor when all of us have scrutinized it deeply, and then we move forward. That's what I had guided from the onset. Honorable Gilbert Oranya. Honorable Chiwadji is whispering. I don't know why he has no confidence.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I belong to the Committee of National Economy. And the statement a colleague said there, where the minister said they have no money, was made when we were meeting the Cabinet Minister of Finance. Right Honorable Speaker, we shall always disturb your office with these issues, matters of national importance, as far as roads are concerned, as far as this is concerned. Right Honorable Speaker, they will even bring a report, because the minister tomorrow is going to bring a report about the release. We have no remedy for that. Right Honorable Speaker, would it be procedurally right? Because the two speakers we have are members of parliament. The issues that are happening in our constituencies are some issues happening in your constituencies. Wouldn't it be procedurally right, Honorable Speaker? Because we know where the problem is. You hold an executive meeting. You hold a comprehensive meeting. Because Honorable Matia Kasaja was very clear and candid before the committee that I released what I had. I would have wished to release whatever you wanted. Tomorrow, the minister is going to submit what he released, but it will not cure our problem. Right, Honorable Speaker, wouldn't it be procedurally right through your office to hold a very extensive meeting with the concerned authorities, and you get the solution for this, so that instead of coming here to read for us reports, we failed this, we did this, we get a solution. Otherwise, even if Honorable Golobi comes tomorrow to tell us what he released for Kamuli, it will not help me. I want roads in Kamuli.
Thank you, Honorable Korik. Korik, I want to guide. On a matter where I've already guided and ruled, please, I won't entertain procedure. Because you're challenging my ruling or guiding. On a matter where I've already ruled or guided, I won't entertain procedure. Procedure should come on a matter where I've not yet pronounced myself as a presiding officer. Number two, these are issues that are not between the legislature and the executive. We first give the executive chance for each one of you. See, we want transparency to open up. Once they present here and we find that indeed we need to cross-check beyond what they've submitted, we always do. And we are always in touch. With the Prime Minister, even with the leader of opposition. But we don't want to create a situation as if it's a crisis where the Speaker must summon the Prime Minister, the Minister of Works, come and tell us where do we get money. No. They have their work to do, they must do it. If they don't do it, they answer here. Okay? So let us give our committee a chance. And I believe our committees really do a good work. When they come to this committee, where you have all these able-minded people, I'm sure they will answer the most hard questions compared to when they meet just the presiding officer and give explanations. Honorable Gilbert Oranya.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I rise on a matter of national importance concerning the high prevalence of malaria in Acholi sub-region. Right Honourable Speaker, according to the report released by Malaria Indicator Survey, in the month of July alone, 360 children below the age of 15 died out of malaria. Right Honourable Speaker, right now the government is ignoring malaria, yet many of our children are dying out of malaria. Right Honourable Speaker, in my district Amora alone, last month we lost 18 children out of malaria. My prayer, Right Honourable Speaker, I pray that government should take the issue of malaria very seriously. And two, I remember between 2010 and 2013, government was doing what we call indoor residual spray. And within that time, Honorable Speaker, there were no malaria in the Acholi sub-region. It proved to be very effective at that particular time. And immediately, government stopped the IRS spray. Malaria, the rate of malaria became very high. I pray that government should consider resuming indoor residual spray so that it reduce the rate of malaria in the Acholi sub-region. I beg to move.
Honourable Minister of Health. Colleagues, on matters of national importance, there is no information.
Mr. Speaker, as a member
Thank you
of
very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Right Honorable Olanya, for raising this matter. I remember in May this year, the Ministry of Health raised a red flag on malaria because cases were going high. In June, we had another press conference at the Media Center and continued to tell people that malaria is back, and most especially in the areas of Busoga. At that time, I think we were losing about 24 kids. And this malaria had so many other implications, such that the children who got malaria were actually lacking blood and they had to be infused. The good news is the Ministry of Health is going to start a vaccination against malaria on all our children. It will be one of the diseases that will be vaccinated against. Like we've been vaccinating 6 killer diseases, but we shall start vaccinating against malaria, which is really the best way to go. Because if we don't vaccinate our children against malaria, then we are allowing this killer disease. Remember, there is no vaccine against malaria yet. But a vaccine has been manufactured to control malaria, especially in kids, because not many old people die of malaria. It is always attacking younger people. So government is working with other governments abroad that are producing this vaccine, and in future we shall have no malaria in Uganda. About the residual spraying, we've done this many times. Even in homes, we do residual spraying, both indoor and outdoor. Problem is, within 1 week, mosquitoes are back. So if we can fight the Anopheles mosquito, which spreads malaria, then we will rid ourselves of malaria completely. And that's what the Ministry of Health is working on, ending malaria in Uganda. Remember, we have ended polio. How was it done? Polio was done through Rotary International, through vaccinating all the children. Just a few cases that came back last year in August, but polio was not a
Thank you,
story.
Only that the members to you a serious prayer, Honourable Minister. The number one prayer was that you take malaria seriously. So you've not committed on that.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I am sorry if I didn't satisfy them, but one thing is we take malaria very seriously. In the last 2 months, we've had several out of station visits to many places where we had upsurge of malaria. And we actually increased the number of mosquito nets in those very areas where there was malaria upsurge.
No, I know you take it seriously.
It really came a lot low.
I know you take it seriously, Honourable Minister.
Thank you.
I've seen you have invited me. For the launch of the indoor residual spray on Friday in Arua. It's in Arua, Honourable Batua. Yes, it's in Arua. So no, colleagues, please. We are online. I know if I open up on malaria, the whole day will be gone. Yeah, there is a day we have an order paper, colleagues. Honorable Asimenos, I know each one of you you're going to make very good submissions, but we shall spend the whole day on malaria.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I raise on the matter of national importance relating to supply of coffee seedlings to farmers. Right Honorable Speaker, the planting season for coffee is starting in a few days from now. Okay. I raise on the matter of national importance. On the 4th of May this year, I raised the same issue regarding supply of coffee seedlings to farmers, being that it was the start of the season. The Honorable Minister appeared on the 12th and made a commitment. Of course, he brought a statement which was telling us about government not having enough resources, but distribution to farmers. And he said he's going to write a commitment to that effect. Then to ask also farmers the nursery operators to allow him time to mobilize resources and pay them in 3 installments. But since the commitment he made on 12th of May, there is no communication that has gone to UCDA. There is no communication that has come to Parliament relating to that. And the second season is starting in a few days from now. I now make my prayers, Right Honorable Speaker, that the Honorable Minister of Finance commits to farmers, the nursery operators, that he will pay them at a later date so that they can supply their seedlings and allow other farmers to plant in time. That is my first request. Number 2, that commitment be presented on the floor of Parliament, because the last time he said he's going to write a letter and send it to UCDA, which he never did, and the season passed without suppliers getting seedlings.
Thank you.
The third request, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to use this opportunity to notify you to allow me space on the order paper in a week or 2, so that I can bring a motion regarding the coffee sector, because there's also a commitment we had made to farmers under the policy.
Honorable colleague, when you're sure about your time, visit my office.
Thank you so much.
Honorable Minister, this is an interesting issue. You have been giving seedlings, and that's why you're celebrating everywhere how bags of coffee, have increased and all that. And from assessment, we are attributing that partly, greatly, to the distribution of seedlings. Now, excuses were brought here saying no, all money was taken to parish model, but the House appropriated money for seedlings. Okay? If I can remember very well. Honorable Minister, even if we said the House, you've not yet implemented that, and you say you still want to go under parish model, you haven't released the money for parish model. Parish model, the report, I hope Chairman Onzima, you're ready, our report should come. But you have not yet even created circles, village circles. So the problem, Honorable Minister, the scenario we have, you have people who prepared their nursery beds. They borrowed money, that's what they have been doing. It's been their business. They borrowed from banks, from circles. They have the seedlings ready. And all they were saying, well, no, even if you make for us an arrangement, we supply. And then you can pay us even in 2 years. You phase our supplies. As we prepare for parish model, money to be used to come and buy seedlings. Nothing has been done. The minister came here and agreed with that. He made a commitment. Now farmers are calling us from everywhere. They are calling, these MPs are hiding from their farmers. On top of nursery bed operators, they are saying when your term started, they removed coffee seedlings. No, Minister, what do we do about this? Is coffee still a priority cash crop for this country?
Right Honorable Speaker,
I think it is an issue of strategy. We came here during the budget process, at the budget framework level, and also with the final estimate, with issues of strategy in there, particularly on the issue of repurposing the budget. And we took certain fundamental decisions because we had to look within the available resources to see how we repurpose those resources, particularly towards the parish development model. And in doing that, we are cognizant of the fact that apart from coffee, there were different parts of the country, different ecological zones are involved in. We noted that whereas the Uganda Coffee Development Authority was distributing coffee, supplying seedlings, that there were inefficiencies here and there in terms of the distribution of and for inputs was demand driven and not supply driven. Rather, it was supply driven, it's the other way around, it was supply driven and not demand driven. And what we are doing now under the new strategy is to follow a demand driven approach within which we are availing resources, to the various parishes under the parish development model. Right Honorable Speaker was here last week and presented a detailed report on how far we had gone. The report was not discussed, but had indicated in there.
Honorable Minister, yes. Colleagues, please. Colleagues, we have asked the minister. Let the minister respond. Yeah, but clarification is his right to accept or not, and he has refused. So, please, I want the Honorable Minister to give us information. Just listen to him. He's the Minister of Finance.
Yeah, and I knew what he was going to ask.
Honorable Samba, I will allow you, but let us just.
I knew what he was going to ask.
Please, let's allow the minister to give us information. And Honorable Member, Honorable Minister, just take your seat. Honorable Abed Gwankan colleagues. Clarification is a right for the member holding the floor to accept or not. You cannot force him and you don't need to be angry about it. If he feels he doesn't want to clarify to you anything, it's his right. So have peace. Please, Honorable Minister, you should only take clarification when you want, when you feel like you want. You're not forced to take clarification. Continue.
Yeah, thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the wise ruling.
Honorable Gorobigon, the business.
I could predict what he was going to ask, but Right Honorable Speaker, I wanted to indicate that in that report, we had indicated that we had gone a long way in establishing the parish PDM circles. And in fact, we're at a stage of validating these various circles, and some of them have actually already entered the system, the integrated financial management system. I did indicate that. And since we are directing these, we are releasing these resources direct to the circles, we wanted to do a thorough validation to make sure that the members of this circle are actually the real beneficiaries.
Honorable Minister, I think the answer you're giving us for now won't help us. I think tomorrow you can come when we are discussing your statement.
Yeah.
You would have revised this because our concern is simple. You're talking of validating of processes. Rain is not waiting for you. This is the planting season. It won't wait for you. It's very simple. God is not going to halt, whatever he's doing, interfere with his season because you're doing verification and all that. Now, what we are saying is very simple now, Minister. Putting aside, by the way, your issues of parish development model, you have very many people who are struggling with seedlings. Go look through it. Sit as executive. Even if you don't give us an answer now, just go back, take our concern in good faith, look at it. A very good example, colleagues. On parish model, on top of the 100 million for this financial year, there is a 17 million, which was supposed to come for the other financial year. Now, and you said you're going to give us 117. What if you sit down as an executive and you say, no, the 17, we are going to use it to address these concerns of like seedlings, for tea, for maize, for, then 100 million is the one we shall roll out with. Honorable Agnes Appiah, let me first allow Honorable Agnes Appiah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise on a procedural issue that listening in to the Honorable Minister of Finance telling us about IFMIS and strategy, I wonder whether we're really proceeding right when we are still talking about systems and strategy, when actually the first rain we lost in the drought. And now we're in the second rain. The acclaimed parish development model has not been released, and it may not be released so soon. And we are talking about priority crops. When you talk about coffee, just be mindful that 800 billion of your budget is actually funded by that coffee, being the highest earning crop in this country. And we have talked about this coffee in this house very many times, that if your strategy was good enough, by now you'd actually be laying to us an addendum of your strategy to tell us how you are going to manage the priority crops that as a Committee of Agriculture, we presented to you and said, as we go to parish development model, let's go in a phased manner. Let's consider priority crops. And as government, we continue investing to support our farmers. Are we really proceeding right, Honorable Speaker? That the second rain has come and it is almost going, and the ministry is not coming out clearly how our farmers are going to be supported in this second season. Thank you.
Colleagues, we are preempting tomorrow's debate. Honorable Minister, you've seen the concerns. Let's push it. No, let's push it tomorrow. All of it tomorrow. Tomorrow, the minister will have consulted colleagues, and what is important, what we need is the quality of answers. So let the minister go back and consult his colleagues so that tomorrow we are able to have a sustainable debate. Honorable Amos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, around 11 a.m. in the morning, the one called at our Pascal Ojok was killed using pangas, spears, and arrows by the suspected Karamojong warriors. As we talk now, the body is lying in the house. Mr. Speaker, the Kejong's warrior people into their gardens. They move and wait for you with your oxen. They attack you from the gardens and remove your oxen. Not only that, they even come and follow you, even with the food, the cooked food that you are carrying and taking to the garden to the farmers who are there. They go into the house and even take away those granaries that you have put in the house. Mr. Speaker, the situation is escalating day and night. My prayers are our UPDF men should start doing patrol also. They should not just sit in the detaches where they're being deployed. Let them move and do patrol. Number two, the areas like in Kaket where the farmlands is, they should also put a detach there and move in those areas. Number three, Mr. Speaker, this situation is coming too much. If this house pleases, let the UPDF help us to bury these people also. Because each time they kill us, we are just suffering in this way. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you.
And this honorable person who has been killed, she is the honorable councillor of Lapano sub-county.
Our
Thank you.
condolences, honorable member. I think this is an internal affairs matter. I wouldn't want to immediately bring in UPDF because it would need investigations, first know who did it and all that. So, Honorable Minister of Internal Affairs, this matter.
Right Honorable Speaker, I've heard the concerns of Honorable Court. Indeed, it is an internal security matter, but because it's paramilitary, the APDF has been involved somehow, and their troop levels were increased recently. So I need to work with the leadership at defense and see how we can be more vigilant to ensure that these Karamojong don't come in. On the issue of the loss, I'll follow up with Honorable Court to see how we can help in the send of the councillor.
Thank you. Finally, Honorable Batua.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise on a matter of national importance in regard to the frustrating process of getting a national ID by a part of Ugandans, the people called the Chotaras. Right Honorable Speaker, the Chotara people are half castes between Uganda and our brothers, the Indians, our brothers, the Arabs. And you can easily identify them by way of the skin and the
So we
hair.
call them half castes?
We call them half castes. But locally, the most used name is Chotara. They are having a big problem obtaining the Ugandan national ID, including those who have been born in Uganda and those whose parents are born in Uganda, and they can trace up to their great-grandparents. Right Honorable Speaker, we would like to inquire from the minister that even when there is reasons to delay the process, which seems frustrating to them, is it possible to allocate a day, at least in a sub-region, because they're spread all over the country? Like in Busoga, is it possible to allocate a day, say in Jinja, where all those who are in a sub-region like Busoga can converge and try to iron out issues in the Ministry of Internal Affairs that are frustrating them from getting a national ID?
Thank you. Honorable Minister of Internal Affairs.
But the concern of Honorable Batua, but first of all, the issue of national identity and citizenship is a creature of the law of the Constitution of Uganda. And for those who are not citizens, there's also a procedure on how one can acquire citizenship. Regarding that peculiar constituency of Chotaras, like he called them, it is easy to go there in the field and hear their concerns and then advise how we can help them sort their problem. Right Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, thank you. Next item.
Item number 3. Statement by Minister on government's decision to hold body organ examinations for migrant workers.
Honorable Minister of Internal Affairs.
Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, the issue of migrant labor is topical.
Honorable colleague, kindly you can extend and take the conversation outside.
Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, like I said, this issue is topical for various reasons regarding one, safety, skilling, tracking of our people who go abroad for work, especially in the Gulf states. My statement today regards the issue of organ extraction, as alleged in the various quarters recently, including the press. The subject of body organ donation, extraction, and transplantation has attracted attention and concern lately, especially as far as protection of our migrant labor is concerned. The labor export companies have their views on this. So to the Ministry of Gender and Labor, which is the docket ministry for labor export, as well as the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The press has also been awash with alarming stories of Ugandans whose organs were reportedly extracted in the countries where they work. And other claims say organs are also extracted before they go. The idea of pre-travel examination of these Ugandans going abroad, especially to the Gulf states for employment, was therefore conceived within this broad context of seeking a solution to ensure that the safety of Ugandans against this risk is put in place. Plus, we need to have institutional harmony and not work at cross purposes in this matter. After all, we all seek to ensure the safety of Ugandans. At Internal Affairs, we acknowledge that players, in addition to Internal Affairs, which is just a gateway, there are other players like the Ministry of Gender, whose docket it is to regulate this sector. There is the Ministry of Health, especially regarding examination of those who go out, as well as the labor export companies themselves, in order to ensure and formulate an agreed safety mechanism for our citizens going for work abroad. There's also the issue of consent by the individual supposed to undergo examination, as well as the choice of accredited facilities to conduct these examinations and the cost issues involved and who meets them. We shall therefore need consensus in all this, and we shall strive to achieve consensus with all the concerned parties. That said, however, we have in the offing the Uganda Human Organ Donation and Transplant Bill, which partly seeks to answer some of these concerns. And this provides timely and appropriate reference and reinforcement of the measures we all seek. The objective of this bill is to establish a legal framework for the regulation of organ, cell, and tissue donation and transplantation in Uganda by protecting the dignity and identity of every person and guarantee without discrimination respect for his or her integrity and other rights and fundamental freedoms in regard to donation and transplantation of organs, tissues, and cells of human origin. Cabinet, in that respect, directed the Ministry of Health to draft the Uganda Human Organ Donation and Tissue Transplant Bill. Accordingly, the Ministry of Health drafted the principles for the proposed bill, which were approved by Cabinet, vide Minute 126 CT 2017, and also authorized the Minister of Health to issue drafting instructions for the First Parliamentary Council to draft this bill. The First Parliamentary Council, in collaboration with the other stakeholders, drafted the bill in line with the approved principles, except for Principle 5, which provides for the board. Sections 80 to 82 of the bill establish the human organ, tissue, and cell database and how data that is collected will be managed. There is the Privacy Act 2019, so that the two laws are synchronized. The Ministry of Internal Affairs finds the bill exhaustive in achieving its set objectives of addressing the lacuna present in both the law and healthcare practice in Uganda in relation to organ, cell, and tissue donation and transplantation. This bill will therefore go a long way in bridging these gaps and improve healthcare in Uganda to the extent that this relates to the regulation of donation and transplantation of human organs and tissues in Uganda. In addition, stakeholder consensus will be sought on the safety of our migrant labor, including on the issue of alleged organ extraction, whether here or in those countries where these young people go for employment. I thank you, and I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Colleagues, this is a very clear statement. No need for debate. Yes, because you see, two issues, colleagues, the issues were just two. One, we were saying that, did you stop this? Did you stop the examination and all that? The minister said yes. Has said he can only resume it when there is a law to enable him to do that. And he has said he's preparing the law. Now, our rule 80 of our rules of procedure blocks us, and especially we are not going to discuss a matter where the minister has only said I will bring and he has not brought. Okay? No. You see, first of all, Rule 52 sub Rule 2 says the statement may be discussed. So it's the discretion of the speaker. So, and when I'm using my discretion, I assess. I have assessed, apart from really rotating around, there is nothing we shall debate of value in addition to this statement. So I'm referring it to the Committee on Defense Affairs to help you when you're doing your work, and the Committee on Gender. Next item. It's clear.
Item number 4. Item number 4, motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of Equal Opportunities on the state of equal opportunities in selected sectors and affirmative action programs.
Honorable Minister. Oh, no, Chair. Chair, sorry. Chair, you have 20 minutes for presentation. The report was uploaded, so we should have read it. But we shall capture the whole report on the Hansard, so that whoever is reading the Hansard in the future will be able to follow. So let's do a summary and then we debate.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Samba, I was saving more time for the please.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, allow me first to lay some of the papers here on the table before I present the report of Equal Opportunities Committee. Right Honorable, allow me lay.
Please, the floor is yours,
Thank
Honorable Chair. You have your 20 minutes. You know how you want to use your 20 minutes.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you so much. First of all, I would like to lay the minutes of the meeting of the Committee of Equal Opportunities held on Thursday, 11th November 2021. I beg to lay. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the minutes of the meeting of the Committee on Equal Opportunities held on Wednesday, 21st February 2022. I beg to lay. Right Honorable Speaker, I also beg to lay the minutes of the meeting of the Committee on Equal Opportunities held on Wednesday, 22nd February 2022. I beg to lay. Again, Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the minutes of the meeting of the Committee Equal Opportunities held on Wednesday, 23rd February 2022 in Napak District Headquarters. I beg to lay. Next, Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay minutes of the meeting of the Committee of Equal Opportunities held on Tuesday, 17th May 2022 in Uganda District Headquarters. I beg to lay. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm laying again the minutes of the meeting of the Equal.
Honorable Chair, can you lay all minutes at once? That's a practice.
Thank you, Right Honorable. I had quite a number of minutes of the. Thank you for your guidance. I had so many. Now I beg to lay all these minutes at once. Then I also beg to lay the extract recommendations of equal in selected sectors and affirmative action programs. I beg to lay.
Thank you.
And I also beg to lay the report I'm going to read right now, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
No, the moment you lay it becomes, so it's a copy. You don't.
A copy?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I'm laying a copy of the report that I'm going to read right now. Thank you, Right Honorable. Right Honorable Speaker, the Committee on Equal Opportunities derives its mandate from Article 90 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda and is established by Rule 156 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament of Uganda. It is inter alia mandated with monitoring and promoting measures designed to enhance the equalization of opportunities and improvement in the quality of life and status of all peoples, including marginalized groups on the basis of gender, age, tradition, or custom for the purpose of redressing imbalances that exist against them. Right Honorable, I have a small background here that I would like this Parliament to know that the 1995 Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, it puts women and all the vulnerable Ugandans in prime light. Chapter 4 of the Constitution, which stretches from Article 20 to 58, makes various provisions aimed at empowerment of women, children, persons with disabilities, ethnic minorities, among others. Ugandan population is estimated at 40 million people, according to UBOS 2019, out of which over 80% constitute the marginalized and vulnerable groups to which government of Uganda has committed affirmative action programs or grants. So regarding women, Right Honorable, that constitute 52%, government established the Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Program, and for the youth that constitute 80% of the population, government has also instituted Youth Venture Capital Fund and Youth Livelihood Program. Orphans and vulnerable children that constitute 55%, government put in place OVC programs, and there are also programs for persons with disabilities that they have benefited from the PW grant. Then for older persons, government have instituted the Senior Citizens Grants, and it's rolled out to the entire country. And a number of programs have been put in place to support the other vulnerable groups, such as the ethnic minorities, the rural and urban poor, and persons living with HIV/AIDS, among others. Right Honorable Speaker, Equal Opportunities Committee conducted an assessment on the various programs and affirmative action. Marginalization, discrimination, and inequalities have been the nation's narrative before and during colonial times, evidenced by high levels of poverty, insecurity, inequitable and poor service delivery, sectarianism, stigmatization, property grabbing, low production levels, denial of opportunities in the various spheres of life, and inequalities, to mention but a few. Uganda's history has been marred in a series of events that subjected some of its citizens, such as ethnic minorities, persons with disabilities, older persons, youth, women, the poor, orphans, and vulnerable children, to higher level of vulnerability. Right Honorable, Article 32(1) of the 1995 Constitution of the Republic of Uganda states that notwithstanding anything in this constitution, the state shall take affirmative action in favor of groups marginalized on the basis of gender, age, disability, or any other reason created by history, tradition, or custom for the purpose of redressing imbalances that exist against them. So to promote equal opportunities for all Ugandans, the government has established legal and policy framework. Furthermore, the government of Uganda is a signatory to several international and regional instruments to promote equal opportunities. For instance, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, 1948, the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, 1966, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, 1966, the Declaration on the Rights of Minorities, 1992, the Convention on the Rights of the Child, 1989, the Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW, 1979, the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, 2006, the Sustainable Development Goals, 2015, the Declaration on Elimination of Violence Against Women, Davao, 1993, the Indigenous and Tribal Peoples Convention, 1989, among others.
Honorable Chair.
Right, Honorable?
Honorable Chair, you have only 20 minutes.
Yes,
and
right,
I can
Honorable.
see you're reading each and every word. Kindly go to observations and recommendations. On page 7.
Okay, right, Honorable.
On page 7, we have this report. We have this report. You know, some members, I think that's why we've had the courage of members reading from here. When the chair is presenting, that's when members are reading. You know, that's why we submit reports early.
Thank you, right, Honorable. Okay. Allow me mention the districts that we visited, and we got this report.
You have 20 minutes. After 20 minutes, I'm cutting off.
Thank you so much, right, Honorable. The committee conducted Agago, Aleptong, Pole, Napak, Ngora, Kaliro, Shema, Buwejo, Mitoma, Bushenyi, and Ibanda. Right, Honorable, that is page 5. We are going to findings, observations, and recommendations. These are the areas that we were looking at during our visit. During our visits to those districts. But then, before we went to those districts, right, Honorable, we had a meeting with the Minister of State for Education and the management of Higher Education Students Financing Board. That in the later stage, I will come also with that report and read. It is included in this report. So I wanted this House to know what we did, the observations we made. So the following key findings, observations, recommendations have been identified for immediate action for various programs and affirmative actions and other equalization programs to be implemented in the short to medium term. Right, Honorable, the status of equal opportunities in education sector. The attainment of equality and inclusivity in development is significantly predicted on the state of well-being, skills, and competitiveness of the various categories of individuals and groups in society, as cited with the Sustainable Development Goal for quality education, while well-being is dependent on the quality of healthcare services. Right, Honorable, considering that government of Uganda has over the past decades made significant gains in education through inter alia universalizing primary and secondary education. According to the recently released results, the performance of primary living examination in northern Uganda, northern sub-regions, for instance, stands below the national average. So the committee noted that the average distance traveled by students or pupils to reach their respective schools, majority of these districts visited reported that students moved the distance of more than 5 kilometers, and none has complained about long distance travel from home to schools. They reported that this was associated with the challenges of rape, late reporting to school, early departure, and inability to complete the home school work due to fatigue or late arrival at school. So regarding access to the school environment, especially for visually impaired learners, reach school since they lacked landmarks, then wheelchairs users also find it very difficult to access education facilities in these districts. So, Right Honorable Speaker, distance to the nearest facility influences access to education services. The Ministry of Education standard is that every parish should have a primary school and secondary school at every sub-county level. So this policy would make education accessible at that level. And on the other hand, secondary and tertiary institutions were far and inadequate in many parts of the sample areas. This made it very hard for most of the children from hard to reach areas to progress to secondary level. Other children keep repeating primary 7 because of no access to secondary education. And evaluating sustainable development goals, it's only 9 years to be achieved, and districts are badly performing with 1 secondary school. So the teenage pregnancy has also increased due to lockdown. The committee further observed that cost of education services is a determinant in access to education, and many people pay highly for education in private schools, and those who do not pay any money to schools meet cost of scholastic materials, like between 100 and 150, that is very high for the rural areas. Now, in private schools, especially in urban areas, the cost is much higher compared to government-aided education facilities. The committee observed that dropout rate is very high, for instance, in Napak district at 84%. Special needs schools, like in Bushenyi district, the structure is very dilapidated, no renovation done, and most districts have no special need schools that the children with disabilities should go to. Specific observations, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm coming to the issue of the student loan scheme. The committee observed that in an effort to assess regional balances in the operationalization of higher education students financing board, a statutory body established by the Higher Education Students Financing Act, number 2 of 2014, with a mandate to provide loans and scholarships to Ugandans, to Ugandan students seeking to pursue higher education. In Wara district, 2 students benefited the time we went. Kaliru, only 1 student. Kole, we had 3. Kader, 4 from the loan scheme in that previous academic year. And students from most of the districts have failed to access loan scheme due to little or no information given. The committee noted that there is no regional balance in the words for student loan scheme, especially for Northern, Eastern, and Karamoja, with the lowest number of beneficiaries. When it came to staffing, Right Honorable, whereas schools had staff establishment, less than 68% are staffing levels in most of the districts visited, with Napak district in Karamoja with the least, with 53%. This adversely affects the quality of teaching and learning. Napak district had teachers to pupils ratio at 1:91. High school dropout, the committee observed the highest that I'd already mentioned at 84, that is Napak. And after primary 7, some pupils do not have where to go, and others repeat P7 4 times because they cannot join secondary education. So their parents cannot afford to pay school fees and also giving other requirements. Then the parents, okay, the distance to the schools was also a big challenge because we found that children were walking about 14 kilometers going to access education in primary schools. So do these children have better opportunity really for education? This has also led to girls to getting married early, while boys end up in pursuit of livelihoods. Inadequate furniture and desks for pupils, there's need to procure more. We also saw that this was also a challenge. Then in secondary education, secondary schools, The committee, however, noted that government has increased number of seed secondary schools in many sub-counties, and construction was ongoing in most of the seed schools. The committee appreciates government efforts to ensure that there is at least a government secondary school in every sub-county, although they are still being constructed. Recommendations, Right Honorable Speaker. Number one, the Ministry of Education and Sports should provide for special needs children to benefit from inclusive education. The washrooms or sanitary facilities for children with disabilities be provided in all the schools. Student loan scheme should be made accessible to all the students that intend to borrow the fund for further studies, and more information about the loan scheme be given to the public to enable accessibility. Then the district quota system should be introduced for higher student financing board, that is the loan scheme, so that all the districts will have equal number of students accessing the students loan scheme. Ministry of Education and Sports should prioritize special needs education. Special needs grant should be allocated to all districts and regional special needs schools to be created at all regional levels. Ministry of Education and Sports should ensure equitable recruitment of specialized teachers trained in handling students who are living with disabilities in all government schools to ensure access to education. The committee also recommends that Ministry of Education and Sports should make a plan setting concrete targets for improving the quality of primary education, particularly in rural areas, reducing the high dropout rates in primary schools, improving literacy and numeracy, and increasing enrollment in secondary schools. Government should establish special education curriculum for the youth who can no longer join formal education. This Right Honorable Speaker, Ministry of Education and Sports should explore the viability of availing relevant textbooks to primary school, to public schools in some of these marginalized communities. The ultimate goal of such interventions should not only increase enrollment, but also aid retention and improve learning outcomes at all levels of education value chain. Ministry of Education and Sports should implement government policy of having government-aided schools, primary schools at all parishes to reduce inaccessibility. Status of equal opportunities in the health sector, Right Honorable. When we went, the committee observed that the availability of health facilities has enhanced physical access to healthcare by communities. However, the long distance to health facilities is one of the barriers to access healthcare services. The committee noted that most communities travel more than 5 kilometers from their households. In Ngora district, not every sub-county has health center 3. The policy of availability of health center 3 in every sub-county should be implemented to reduce on the long distance. So there's need for affirmative action to be done to construct health facilities in rural areas for the health facilities whose distance to the nearest health facility is still more than 5 kilometers. So due to the few facilities in other districts visited, the number of patients are overwhelming. And in Bumanya Health Center for Kaliro district, the committee found patients in patients' rooms. They found patients sharing in patients' rooms, both women and men sleeping in the same room, and they were admitted there. So in Kabuye also, Health Center for in Ibanda district, all dilapidated with no space for admission and no running water in place. And water was being ferried in jerrycans, and the oxygen cylinders were available but without heads, hence they were non-operational. The delivery room in the maternity was very small, but 2 delivery beds were available, which were very inadequate given the number of deliveries per day. The maternity was in a very bad shape. Members noted that government should provide all measures to ensure that no woman dies while giving birth. Ambulance services should be available for referral at all times. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee noted that government should strengthen service delivery standards and systems to enhance the health services delivered to Ugandans, especially the vulnerable and marginalized groups of people, there should be equal access to opportunities across all aspects of life as a major prerequisite for inclusive growth, socioeconomic transformation, and sustained human welfare and development improvement. The committee also observed that government policy was intended to have the health center 3s in all the sub-counties and health center 4s in every county or constituency. This is not, however, the case in many districts, and therefore women are still dying while giving birth due to limited access to the healthcare facilities. The committee also observed that the district that we visit, like Uganda, the training committee that coordinates career development activities of healthcare workers. The training committee reviews and assesses staff applications and recommends to the District Service Commission for authority to award study leave with pay as support to guide accordingly. But this is something that usually happens. Let me go to another thing. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee also observed that there were many districts. I think I've already talked about this. The committee further observed that the ministry.
Honorable Chair, can you conclude?
I can now go to Works and Transport. Right Honorable. Minister of Works. The committee could not easily connect from Ibanda district to Buwejo district due to the bad road network, Right Honorable. We had to travel back to Mbarara in order to connect to Buwejo. There should be possible ways in which road network can be improved in those districts, Right Honorable, with very poor road network. And this is something that we have ever complained about. Right Honorable, in Ngora, the Ngora road going to Palisa was also a menace. It was not accessible due to a LLS bridge that needs upgrading. And in Napak district, the roads were also very bad. And it was worse during the rainy season where most roads became impassable. So this also hindered our oversight visit. Now we recommend that the Ministry of Works and Transport should evaluate the state of all the major roads and establish a redevelopment strategy so as to improve accessibility and livelihood. Government devotes resources to the improvement of roads in the said areas. This is a precondition for the movement of people, goods and services, and meaningful engagement in production. Right Honorable, allow me to talk about water and environment sector. The committee observed that other areas in the country lack clean water and access was not easy. In Buweju district, women moved many kilometers in order to access water. In Napak district, there is need for really deep wells, and really water crisis was a great problem in that area. So we realized that water distribution is not fair to the communities where like in Napak, 146 villages do not have any water sources. So they obtain their water from ponds, which is not very clean, and they also move very long distances to access the same. The committee observed that latrine coverage in Napak was at 37%, and most of the community members still practice open defecation with very high poverty level. Of the water scarcity in hard to reach areas and provide possible solutions to that effect. And the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries should support the marginalized groups with improved seedlings and farming tools. Now on the youth livelihood, this is the social sector that we also looked at as affirmative action given to the communities. We looked at youth livelihood and we found that, Right Honorable, let me go to our findings. It was very interesting that, okay, our observation on page 17, It was noted that there were no funds under the program, that is youth livelihood, at the district level to police recoveries. This exacerbated the recovery challenges. The situation was compounded by COVID pandemic-related challenges in the country. The attitude of the community towards youth livelihood program, just like many other government programs, complicates the recovery process. Communities mostly think that government must always provide them with free things, and that even revolving funds or loans should not be paid back. Defaulting and delays in the payment of loans or revolving capital, especially due to timing of the programs, which in most cases happen during election period, and beneficiaries take it as a thank you for elected leaders. The funds dwindle, yet the districts were not informed of the dwindling funds and the reasoning behind to enable them plan accordingly. So in Agago district, Right Honorable, Agago district had funded youth programs under youth livelihood to a tune of 1,039,743,500 at the time of the visit that we made in September 2021. But the total recoveries was only 270. And now you see that is that was realized between 2015 and 2019, about 4 years. That was the recovery for Agago. I'm just giving as an example. When you come to the recommendations here, Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development should ensure that youth livelihood program guidelines are reviewed to provide for a specific threshold for youth with disabilities also. For avoidance of doubt, the committee has recommended at least 5% of the beneficiaries be youth with disabilities. Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development should also ensure that program documents, training modules and guidelines are simplified and translated in various languages, appropriate formats and modes, so as to target all the beneficiaries. Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development should ensure that entrepreneurs to mold the youth into the business of their choice through apprenticeship program before they are left to independent of gender should revisit the criteria of group formation to a smaller number, that is like between 5 to 8 members, and also be flexible on the membership of the group to extend beyond villages to at least parish level. Ministry of Gender should empower the youth for wealth creation, and districts should develop recovery strategies and recover youth livelihood funds given to the youth. Right Honorable, we also touched on the venture capital that was given to some districts, and we noted that the youth capital venture fund that was given, some districts have not received it, like NAPAC, and many district leaders are not aware of the youth capital venture fund. Maybe the ministry will tell us about this, but we recommend that sensitization be done by Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development on youth capital venture fund that was given to Centenary Bank to give our youth on a low interest rate of 11%. And then Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development should develop strategy to roll out youth venture capital fund. Right Honorable, I'm about to finish. I have recommendations on OWEP. Right Honorable, on Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Program, we noted that the target beneficiaries of the program are women, yes, within the age bracket of 18 to 65, and this is a revolving fund. The major issues are delayed transfer of funds from ministry to local government, poor payment of revolving funds, inadequate operational facilitation for CDOs on follow-up for recoveries was inadequate, and lack of ownership of the program by the community and limited funding of the special program. So we recommended that Ministry of Gender and Labor and Social Development should conduct more awareness raising. They should simplify documents like in youth livelihood. They should also intervene by holding partnership meetings with the bank to enable women have checkbooks with savings accounts, as well as opening for women groups accounts with no minimum balance required. And also transport should be availed for CDOs for mobilization to facilitate recovery, and there should be timely disbursement of funds, then engagement of stakeholders to really enable mindset change. And this was also a very big challenge. For the special grant for persons with disabilities, Right Honorable, the committee observed that there are other people with disabilities missing out on services due to communication challenges, and there are no sign language interpreters in many public institutions. Hence, the government should develop comprehensive strategies to ensure that no one is left behind while providing essential social services to the community. So we recommended government to develop a data bank, disaggregated data on persons living with disability. A Ministry of Public Service should ensure that every public office should have sign language interpreters, and special grants for persons with disability programs should be incorporated. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee also looked at the social assistance grant for empowerment. We observed that women tend to age quickly compared to men due to hard work, labor, and effects of childbearing. So government policy provides the age of beneficiaries at need affirmative action, and their age be reduced from 80 years to 65 years, Right Honorable. Thank you, Right Honorable. Thank you so much. As I proceed, Right Honorable, yes, affirmative action for women by reducing the age of the beneficiaries from 80 years to 65 is what we are recommending. And then there should be annual increment to the monthly payment of the 25,000 given to the beneficiaries by at least 10% due to inflation rate. Right Honorable Speaker, there are days that we always celebrate. These are other issues affecting the vulnerable groups. We have celebration of international days. Right Honorable, we observe that budgetary allocation to the vulnerable groups has remained inadequate over a period of time. Youth in districts cannot organize National Youth Day. Disabled persons and older persons cannot organize International Day for the disabled persons and International Day for older persons. Then International Women Days are usually organized by political leaders, especially the women members of parliament, while government, through Ministry of Gender, organizes only at national level. The recommendations that we made here is that, Right Honorable, government should take up the responsibility of organizing such international days like International Women's Days, International Youth Days, International Day for Disabled Persons or older persons at district level for accessibility. Right Honorable Speaker, we also touched on the issue of distribution of electricity, because this is also one of the things that can bring development in an area and can address the issue of poverty. We found out that the rural electrification program has improved access to electricity in rural areas, and the committee appreciates there were issues of accessibility. Wires were passing by the trading centers, but due to poverty level, many families could not access electricity connection fees or charges. Those charges were high. The Yaka cost is also very high, and the policy that the building to be connected should be a permanent building. Not many families can afford to build permanent houses in rural areas. That's a very big challenge. And people who have temporary buildings are not getting power. Right, Honorable, we recommended that connection fees and electricity costs should be reduced to increase on the access to electricity, and Minister of Energy should review the policy for power connection in rural areas. And then, Right Honorable, there were many things that we also looked at, like the poverty rate. I think this is the last one, and insecurity. The committee observed that the poverty rate in other districts was high. That one I already mentioned, especially in Karamoja sub-region. In Napak, where the committee visited, there was no bank, no court, no piped water. There was border conflict and many others. So the district border conflict was also affecting service delivery in the districts. For instance, when the districts want to provide services like immunization. The poverty rate is also affecting recovery of funds, such as disability funds and youth livelihood that I talked about. Poverty rate and insecurity were affecting the staffing levels also in such districts. We found many workers had already left and they never wanted to work. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the government of Uganda should be able to ensure greater equity and inclusivity in all spheres of the management of public affairs, basic social services, improving livelihoods, ensuring equity in appointments to public offices, and peaceful coexistence. There are regions that historically lagged behind in many aspects of socioeconomic progress that require more efforts to actually cause a qualitative improvement in household socioeconomic conditions as a strategy to enhance the feeling of nationhood amongst the citizen. I beg to move this report, and I beg that this report be adopted subject to recommendations therein. I beg to submit, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable colleague, for the good report. This is your first report. You've taken long, you've moved around the whole country trying to do a very good and commendable job, which you've done, according to what I'm seeing in the report. But I'm concerned, out of 39 members, only 15 could sign. And I'm seeing many members here who are members of the committee. No, for a whole year, you can't get signatures. Yeah? You produce one report in a year and you cannot sign it even. Yeah? It means you never did anything for your committee if you can't sign a report that has taken a full year to. So this has to be taken seriously. Members, if you don't sign a report and there is no minority report, we shall maybe require you to explain why, where you wrong. Yeah. Huh? And I urge chairpersons of committees in such situations always share with the whips where you get challenges of signing reports, so that the party whips who deploy members of what they are doing. So, honorable colleagues, before we go any further, I forgot in my communication, I was supposed to announce the unfortunate death of the Honorable Jessica Erio, former woman MP of Adjumani, former Minister of State for Environment, and former Deputy Secretary General of East African Community. She was our colleague. She passed on in the US due to cancer. She is extremely very unfortunately. So I call upon you to stand so that we can pay respect to our foreign comrade.
May her soul rest in eternal peace.
Thank you. We are going to debate this report for 45 minutes and debate starts now. I'll start with Honorable Ndezi. I'm seeing members of the committee standing up. Please, if you know you're a member of the committee, kindly sit down. Because I've read through, I know members. And some of you didn't sign. Your members. So you will allow me to first pick Honorable Ndezi. I pick Napak because I've seen Napak really issues are very many. I've taken long without seeing Honorable Karbanga submitting. No, I'm going to give you time. I'm going to pick Honorable Mawanda. I pick Honorable Kawunde and Honorable Christine Kumi. Then I come here. Yeah. And each one of us 2 minutes. Kraka, please set the clock.
Right on, Speaker. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I need to say that this report is one of the most useful and the best reports we have so far received in this parliament. I press on record my appreciation to the committee. Due to time constraints, I will try to summarize my points. But in general, I support the committee and the adoption of the report. The first point relates to establishment of special needs education schools. We welcome the committee's recommendation to establish regional schools focusing on special needs education and inclusive education. I, however, wish to remind the other South here that some 10 years ago, His Excellency the President, in his re-election manifesto, promised to construct 10 regional schools in the original colonial districts of Uganda. Up to now, these have never been constructed. Only 2 have been constructed, and there's the balance of 14. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I implore the Minister responsible for education. I implore you, on Minister, kindly ensure that we have these schools captured in the budget for the next financial year. The second and very exciting is the recommendation for employment of sign language interpreters by the Public Service Commission. The committee is correct to make an observation that we cannot achieve the principle of reading and blind without having sign language interpreters. We have more than 1 million deaf persons in this country. They cannot access the courts of law. They cannot access the police. They cannot access the services. Therefore, this is the time for us to stand firmly as Parliament and say, please, Minister of Public Service, we need to find this issue captured in your budget framework papers for the next financial year. Right on, Speaker, I need to point out that on special needs and inclusive education, the policy is very important if we are to have the goals of special needs education. Work on this policy was concluded, but it has remained stagnant in cabinet. I appeal to the Minister of Education, please have this item included on the agenda of cabinet, and we get our policy approved so it can be implemented. Other point, right on, Speaker, is about our role as Parliament. Our role as Parliament and rule Sabur 4 of Rule 183 said as follows. The Committee on Equal Opportunities shall report to the House at least twice a year. I need to repeat. The Committee on Equal Opportunities shall report to the House at least twice a year. We made this rule because we know these matters are very important. These issues of opportunities are very important. Right on, Speaker, I'm not sure if we got any report in the first session of this Parliament. I'm not sure. But Teruzi said we should be getting at least 2. So, right on, Speaker, I beg you, I beg you to go to the committee and to also ensure that we debate these issues at least twice a year. Be able to highlight these issues and see that you can push for implementation.
Thank you, Honorable.
That's the thought on Speaker, and very important. Right now, the government has a program, it calls rationalization of government departments. Under the idea of rationalization, the government has proposed to abolish or to merge the Equal Opportunities Commission. We are very, very, very wide. We marginalized people in this country because the Equal Opportunities Commission is a constitutional body charged with taking a leading role in implementation of the principles of affirmative action and equalization of opportunities. If this commission is established, we marginalized people will be in danger. This is an existential threat for us. I do not think that I'll be proud of calling myself a Ugandan once this commission is abolished. So, Madam Speaker, I beg to ask you, to ask our government, through you, Speaker, can we have a clear commitment from the government to the effect that there are no plans whatsoever to abolish the Equal Opportunities Commission? Can the nation know that the government intends to retain the Equal Opportunities Commission? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Ndezi. I gave special preference, a special treatment, Honorable Ndezi, because of his experience and situation on these issues. So, colleagues, the rest of you, 2 minutes. I mentioned your names, starting with Napak.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I wish to thank the committee for the excellent job. And as a representative of the people of Napak, I agree with the numbers the committee has put, the issues they have raised. It is true. I only wish to add the recommendations on education and health concerning access to a school, a secondary school. We know there is government plan to put up secondary schools, but it will take a while before the schools come. To save those students who cannot access a secondary school, I recommend that we allow the existing government-aided schools to operate day schooling so that the students who cannot afford a boarding facility, beyond the issues of boarding, they can attend as day scholars. We open it up, the existing. On the issue of health, we have 2 sub-counties that don't have any health facility of any level, not even health center, 2. And people have been dying there in their big numbers. I recommend that we prioritize those sub-counties, not only in Napak, in every part of this country that doesn't have a health facility. We prioritize those, the Ministry of Health, to prioritize those health sub-counties in the implementation of the VHT program, so that there is.
Thank you, Honorable Korik. Honorable Mawan. Honorable Karwanga.
Thank you. I would like to thank the committee for its report, which I believe has covered quite a number of issues. I'll briefly talk about 31. In their committee, in their recommendation, they talked about the Youth Venture Capital Fund, that it should be reviewed. It should be reviewed, but I think this Venture Capital Fund, Youth Venture Capital Fund, has now been taken to the Parish Development Board. So it is something I think we need to look at and see how we can press it. Secondly, Right Honourable Speaker, the committee talked about the high dropout rate of students. Right Honourable Speaker, I think the Minister of Education should actually carry out a clear research and investigation as to why there is a high dropout rate of children. When you look at the intake of primary 1, they are in millions. When they reach at senior 4, they start reducing. Where they were 8 million,
they now become 2 million. You wonder where the 2 million have gone. When it comes senior 6, they're in the hundreds. Like this year, I think it is 256 students who are going to sit senior 6 against the 80 million that started in P1. Where did the rest of the students go? I think the Minister of Education should carry out a thorough research and find out why, so that the solution can be thought. Right, Honourable Speaker, on the transport issue, I would like the Ministry of Works to carry out a deliberate research on the hard-to-reach road network areas. For example, they talked about Boweju. There's a very big problem of Boweju because of its nature. Constructing of roads in Boweju is not easy and becomes very expensive, I think, for government. So a deliberate consideration should be made by government, construct the road.
Thank you. You know, like on that issue of roads, if and you look at the nature of the Rift Valley, and you say the district should be in charge of roads, you wonder what you're talking about, really. So you wonder what you're. So now the burden has shifted to me, and you find I don't have any single government, central government road. They are all under local government. Now the local government leaders say, the speaker is the one who appropriates money. So that's a situation. You know, that's a kind of situation, and we are going into rains. And right on Prime Minister and Chief Whip, you know, we are going into rainy seasons. Ensure that every day we are having plenary here, there is a Minister of Works. Because a Minister of Works and Minister for Disaster, these are the questions you're going to be getting every day. But we can prevent this, because what is important are not the words we get here. That's why we are pushing finance. Can you release money to the road fund, which is a constitutional matter? This is the fund protected by the Constitution. The Attorney General guided the crack ensure you put on the order papers. I think Thursday or next week, we wanted an update on the implementation of the road fund, as committed by the minister here, because the Attorney General guided. He said the road fund is protected by the Constitution. So, Minister, you don't have any discretion of saying you aggregated into other monies that is part of the consolidated fund. That one, the Attorney General guided properly here. So let's have it on Tuesday, in the order paper of Tuesday. The Minister of Finance should give us an update on the different funds that are protected by the Constitution. Honorable Ndezi, on the issue of merging Equal Opportunities Commission, let's allow government to do their work after they will come here, because it's a constitutional body. So the final say will be here as amending the law. So it will be, we shall coordinate and we see how best we work on the executive so that we come out with a more feasible and acceptable solution to that issue. Honorable Karbanga, then Honorable Kaunda, then Honorable Christine. Then
Thank you so much.
I come back here starting with the youth.
Thank you so much, the Right Honorable Speaker.
You colleagues, Marawing.
I want to thank the Equal Opportunities Commission for a report they have just presented for the Equal Opportunities Committee for this report. However, I want to make the following observations. That one, we have indigenous communities in Uganda that up to today are suffering just because they were never included in the third schedule of the Constitution of Uganda, the 1995 Constitution, and that they have lived in total denial to the extent that they do not have national identity cards, which is a prerequisite to social services delivery. This matter was handled here in the 10th Parliament, but not concluded. I remember on the floor of Parliament, I sought leave of Parliament to present a bill, which I did, but unfortunately, it was stayed with the purpose of waiting for the other holistic constitutional amendments.
My request is that these people are still suffering. For example, the Meshopishek or Bennett, the Abagabo, Abakingwe, Bahaya, Maragoli do not have identity cards. They can't open bank accounts. They can't secure their pieces of land, and several others. So this position needs to be reviewed. Secondly, we have people whose land was expropriated by government several years ago, and up to today, they have never been resettled, never been compensated, or otherwise. I remember my senior Honorable Ellen Kaunde presenting a...
Honorable Kaunde, you can complete his point.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I also want to thank the committee for the work well done. I want to comment on page 22, specifically on SAGE. I want to agree with the committee's recommendation on reducing the age of the beneficiaries from 80 to 70, if it can even be further reduced below 70, the better. Right Honorable Speaker and members, you are aware that much as the life expectancy in Uganda stands at the age of 64, very few of our people live to celebrate the 80th birthday. So it's very important that if government have resources, they should consider reducing the age of the beneficiaries to 70 years and even much below. Right Honorable Speaker and members, it is also true that during the registration exercise for the national identity card, many of the elderly people could not remember the exact dates of when they were born. Most of them would give answers as we were born during the other time, during the war, when it was raining, and it was at the discretion of the person who was in charge of helping them to register to guess by mere looking at the physical appearance of that person. So when this exercise of supporting these elderly people started, many of them realized that actually they had been born earlier than what was captured on the national IDs. And correcting this information on the national ID is very tedious, and most of our people have not been successful in correcting this information. Therefore, they are not benefiting. So if government can find a way of...
That's a very serious issue, Honorable Member. I think, Honorable Minister, you need to take serious interest in it. It's all over the country. Those ones who are not supposed to be benefiting, they are benefiting. They increased the age. Then the old ones who didn't have people tell them and what? Most of them, you say an old woman of 90, she's saying I'm 50 years. That's what the ID says and cannot get. So I think we need to use our, especially the leadership of the elderly people, since we have identify these people in the villages and we assist. No? Yes, Kumi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I am making a submission on the quota system. I want to appreciate government for this initiative, and it is really causing an impact in districts. Of identification of the beneficiaries. Because if you go down there, people think that it is the local government leaders who identify the beneficiaries. My plea is that the process continues as it is, because it makes people understand that the genuine beneficiaries are the ones who get that offer. However, on the loan scheme, Mr. Speaker, it is very true that information about it normally reaches the districts very, very late. And there is limited information that is given. And Mr. Speaker, you know that for a beneficiary to succeed, he or she has to pass through Centenary Bank. If possible, the process would entirely be under the district, and districts have time through the airtime of the RDCs to go on radio and tell people in the district when they can apply for this scheme. Mr. Speaker, districts also need to be guided.
Honorable Member, the issue of the loan scheme, I think the biggest challenge has been even the amount we are giving these people. We are not giving them money. We are just giving them peanuts. It's very, very, not even if we say how much they got. And you see what is painful, you find a student of Namagunga, Kisubi, is on government sponsorship. The fees they do pay per term is higher than the money they pay at Makerere. So whom does government sponsorship benefit? Honourable Minister, this is something you need to go and look at deeply. And maybe we put that money either under district quota system so that we benefit these poor districts, or on a scheme you can share. Otherwise, yeah, oh, Sarah has reminded me it's part of what she presented. Because in reality, I've been a member of Makerere University Council. When you admit, you're admitting children of the rich. Then you can get another mechanism of why should Tayoga's child go on government sponsorship? For God's sake, why? Eh? Why? That's being really. Huh? That's well, people can say it's bright. To me, the issue of being bright should be determined on courses, which they can do. But also on some of these courses, you need to do affirmative action. How come in Parliament you did affirmative action, and the child who studied from Mitoma, from primary one up to what is the deputy speaker? Didn't you appreciate me? If you give us chance, we can survive and reach here. But if we keep suffocating these young children, it's going to be a problem. Anyway, Honorable Sarah has reminded me the anticipation rule, Rule 80, applies to me because there is a motion, but it's something Honorable Minister need to look at deeply. And no, I'm going to allow you, colleagues. I'm going to give you your time, okay? So, wow. There are members who have been here since we started and have not spoken. Yes. So if you know you've already spoken, first see. I know this is a different. I'm having
leaders of this side go that side.
Wow. Well, I'll pick engineer. I'll pick. I'm seeing Honorable Kabasharira.
Then
I'm seeing it. Wow. No, okay, na Maingo. Dr. Okay, Mukono. Chair Education, Shadow Minister will give you a chance. Let's first pick those on. And Mama,
Thank you.
Mama, you know the time I pick you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I wish to appreciate the committee for the work well done. But I think the report did not cover equity in recruitment, particularly in public service. Right Honorable Speaker, while as we appreciate the Ministry of Health standards in putting at least a primary school in every parish and a secondary school in every sub-county, particularly to sub-counties in urban centers, urban areas. For instance, Nakawa division, which is referred to as a sub-county, has over 500,000 people. 500. And there are sub-counties that have even 10,000. So you cannot basically, we cannot use the same parameters. How I wish we could begin using population in making sure that we give schools, we allocate schools basing on population other than basing on the sub-county, because some of the sub-counties were actually small and therefore do not
fit. I also want to appreciate Parliament, Right Honorable Speaker, when we are paying tribute to the foreign speaker. I requested Parliament to recruit one of us, a little person called Yubu. And to date, as I speak, Yubu was employed by Parliament. I want to appreciate you for that great.
Naomi, Abasharira. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I also want to thank the committee for a good job. But Mr. Speaker, I would like to be educated on what equal opportunity. What is it? Do I understand it, or it has lost either meaning? Or I don't know. I need to be educated on what it means, because in Ntungamo, we have 570, the population now stands around there. When you go to Mitoma district, I think it's like 190 or 200 there. When you go to Kota, Mitoma will get 80, Ntungamo will also get 80. So how shall we measure that equal opportunity? How do we do it? That's why I ask that, what does it mean? Because we get the same. When it goes to even local government, still Mitoma will be given. You are crying on the roads in Mitoma. I wish you could come to Ntungamo. Ntungamo will serve the same one unit as Mitoma. We have 6 constituencies. Double. So what is this, Mr. Speaker? I need the committee also to look into that and sort us. Then when she talked of the international and national days, I would suggest that actually we just recognize these international days without wasting this money. I call it waste because people go to sit, talk, and do what? And then the national days, like Women's Day, it is always a burden only to women. Why don't we leave it to the district? And the money is just sent, this money which the ministry use, send it to the districts and give it to these women, and then the. Thank you, Namaingo.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to appreciate the committee for the report. However, as chairperson, Uganda Parliamentary Forum for Children, I'm not seeing my children catered for in this report, because children are our inheritance and the future generation. If we miss out to look at how we can protect this child, then it means that the future is not fit for us, or we shall miss it out. Right Honorable Speaker, this House gives 0.01% of the resources to child protection in this country. And that money is very little for us to protect the children. And that is why we are seeing the law enforcement officers across the district, across the country, they are all suffocating because they do not have resources to fight for the rights of our children. I want to pray and ask this House that we should give a conditional grant to the child protection unit so that we can at least fight for our future generation. Because when you talk of benefiting from OVCs, when you look at children and youth, they are put together and the money is put together, but most of it goes to the youth. So why should we plan and invest in the youth and leave out the children, whom we should target first at the primary moment, so that at least by the time they become youth, then they're in a position to maybe do something meaningful for themselves. So I want to ask the Equal Opportunities Committee to put clear and also recommend that we give a conditional grant to child protection structure so that.
Dr. Vanika.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to appreciate and thank those that put together that. But for us in the cities, we want to request that policies which awards be serviced as sub-counties in terms of education. The population is high and we are left out when it comes to secondary education. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I've heard in the report, it is reported that our population is around 40. This has created problems. Recently, when the president was giving us information that we elevated to the middle class, the internationals, they are saying we are 47, 48. I want to request that the UBOS be given funds and us to do a population census so that we base our planning not on just those expenses, on the actual population, so that we will know the categories, for instance, the people with disability, and it will help us in planning purposes. But we are estimating when will UBOS do the right population census so that it can guide us in our planning. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Mukono? Was Mukono next?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the committee for its report. However, I want to also concur, but I also have amendments to this effect. One, I want to talk about the mode of payment to be simplified, because these elderly people stay very far, and given their age, say 80 or and above, or 75, I guess they could receive money on their phones to simplify simplify their movement to going and collecting money from those centers where they're supposed to get money from. Secondly, I also want to talk about, we have monies in areas. I urge the government to be directed to pay up to date and also increase the amount of money given to those people. Thirdly, I also want to talk about increment on youth livelihoods, some money to even WEP, such that it can properly be utilized to their satisfaction. Thank you so much. I submit.
Thank you. No, I haven't seen any person of UPC speaking, so I will allow. UPC.
Thank you.
Not former, but current. Santa? Never Santa room.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable. Right Honorable, allow me join my colleagues in thanking the Equal Opportunity Committee in coming with a very good report. Right Honorable Speaker, Equal Opportunity addresses the issue of marginalization, imbalances, and discrimination in our country. And I wish they should frequently come with this report. Right Honorable Speaker, I remember at one time when we were sitting as the Appointments Committee, we had a complaint with the issue of recruitment. And I've not seen it captured here, whereby more especially the children of the poor normally don't get the right and the same opportunity with others. Not only that, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to applaud them for making a very important recommendation on the social assistance grant. I want to support them by saying that really, indeed, Right Honorable Speaker, the women, when you want to look for the women at the age of 80, you don't find them, Right Honorable. I wish the government should take up upon this, the Minister of Gender History. The women are not there, and if this age could be reduced to 65, Right Honorable Speaker, many women will, but also the children and many others. Then finally, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to mention the issue on education, whereby you find that when the results come back, the marginalized communities and the rural schools are the ones trailing behind. They have recommended on textbook, but I want to go further to really add that the computers, even the computers, must be given to these rural schools, so that when we want to look.
Ma'am Cecilia Gua. Thank you. There is another report coming. I'm taking note.
I'm allowing another report, and I know colleagues you're going to submit. It will also be marketable like this one. So I'm taking note properly. No, I'm coming this side. I'm still here. You see, when I was this side was not complaining. Please allow me.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want first of all to use a few seconds of my time to congratulate the government chief whip who has appeared as a chief whip today. So I want to appreciate that at least now we have the real chief whip in the house. Because he has always been, or she has always been represented. Today we I appreciate the report, and I'm happy about the few items that have been raised. But Right Honorable Speaker, let's address the critical issues of equal opportunity. And it is important that that committee must first study Chapter 4 of the Constitution, because Equal Opportunity Act is anchored on Chapter 4. And therefore, we need to highlight where have we fallen short. Protection of the poor, protection of the vulnerable, and also to prevent deprivation. Land grabbing is rampant in the country. How have you addressed it? How have you addressed the issue of land grabbing? Because that's deprivation. That's a critical issue. And Right Honorable Speaker, I know that Parliament did a good job.
Shadow Ruero, Shadow Minister of Education.
I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and I will limit myself to the education issues. First of and also advise the Minister of Education that according to the issues arising here, we need to revise the policy in regards to allocation of schools. As they've cited population, distance, I would give an example. In Bukasa here, that's Makindia division, you realize we have one government school. But when you look at the population, it's very big, and that means that majority of the poor urban kids cannot access education. Either they fall out or they don't go to school. So the policy new mapping should be done, because population is not static, it's changing all the time. So you need to be mapping all the areas all the time so that you can be able to provide quality education to all Ugandans. I thought this report would also capture accessibility in regards to pre-primary education, especially in the rural areas, because we needed to know if the young rural learners are actually accessing, because it's part of the foundation. And it's lacking. I hope in the next reports, you'll be able to actually do study that area. Right Honorable Speaker, when it comes to the students' loan scheme, this scheme is limited, ring-fenced for STEM subjects at degree and diploma level, meaning that like certificate, most of the poor who actually fall out of school because they cannot access.
Taka.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I request you just grant me 1 minute, because ever since you sat in that seat, it is my first time to speak today. So I take the opportunity to congratulate you. I also thank you and all colleagues who were able to reach out to me when my life was in danger. Thank you very much. Today is the first day I've come back to Parliament. I'm now in good health. Thank you, all of you. You really stood with me. Thank you so much. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the chairperson and all members for the report that you have presented to us and all the issues that you have mentioned, because they are all touchy. I would like to say that we need to take time and have a comprehensive debate on how we can create a balance in this country to hold the hands of the disadvantaged, so that the person who is deep in the deepest village of this country, I'll take an example of Ubudaya sub-county in my district, can access the same education, the same health, the same service, so that we don't have people moving to the urban.
Honorable Kisa.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. First of all, I want to thank the chair and the committee for the report, and I recommend that the report be adopted. Right Honourable Speaker, I have one issue about the non-communicable diseases. The equal opportunities caters for imbalances in this country. And we have people with chronic illnesses like diabetes, pressure. But in the health sector, such people are not given an opportunity to receive treatment at all health centers. The treatment is restricted mainly to hospitals and the national or regional referral hospitals. And this treatment is very expensive, Right Honourable Speaker. Somebody to be treated for diabetes or pressure has to pocket and get a lot of money. If I would recommend that such people, the services and the drugs be given to these people, they are referred to other levels for treatment, Right Honourable Speaker. I thank you.
Okot Bonifa.
Right Honourable Speaker, I want to salute the Committee on Equal Opportunities for
colleagues, just take heart. Our rules are very clear. When you're a member of a committee, you cannot submit on the business of the committee. So I have your names here and I know you. So colleagues, please don't feel bad. Don't say I'm refusing to give you an opportunity. That's our rule. So Honorable Okot.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I take this opportunity to salute the Committee on Equal Opportunities for this elaborate report. However, Right Honourable Speaker, this report makes mention and recommendations to social sector development programs that are proposed for collapse and transfer to the parish development model. Two cases in point, the Youth Livelihood Program and UWEP for women. I think it's very important, Right Honourable Speaker, that government rests our fears regarding the status of the Youth Livelihood Program and UWEP. And I seek to make recommendations as follows. One, that as a country, we must build a culture of not collapsing one program for another without a phase-out strategy. Because we are risking undoing the gains of all these programs that we continue to build. Secondly, that now that the parish development model has failed
to kickstart.
Honorable, will start, please.
Right Honorable Speaker, the reason I'm making this case.
No, don't base your submission on that, on parish model. Just make your submission.
Right Honorable Speaker, the reason I'm making this case is that these programs are being collapsed to feed the parish development model. And as it stands now, we are probably going many months without the young people benefiting from the youth livelihood program.
Conclude, I interfered with your time.
And these young people are seeking, because we have groups that have benefited from these programs. So we are saying that as we wait for the program to begin, can we, for the meantime, continue having these programs ongoing so that the young people benefit? Thirdly, Right Honorable Speaker, I would want this House to offer the Minister for Gender time to share with this House all the social sector development funds that are available and share with us the status of these funds so that we can make our input so that young people who benefit from these programs are able to benefit in a manner that the members think is will benefit them. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Honorable Tungo, Honorable Timuzigu. Then I come. Max Ochai was first. Yes, Max Ochai.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I rise to make a comment on the report that's being discussed on the floor, specifically on the affirmative action in the education sector. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee produced a comprehensive report. However, on affirmative action in the education sector, I would like to add that in addition to the recommendation of ensuring that there is universal access to the loan scheme, in my view, that recommendation assumes that Uganda is homogeneous, which unfortunately is not the case. In that respect, therefore, I thought that the committee could have also thought outside the box and factored in grant and bursaries to take care of those who are financially needy but are in position to acquire higher education. In that respect, therefore, my recommendation would be to amend or to add to the recommendation of the report that grants be given, or bursaries for that matter, be given to those who are from very, very poor backgrounds, and as long as they have got the capacity and the will to study. I thank you.
Thank you. Maybe Tungo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to use 1 minute to congratulate my brother, Honorable Bua, who has been our minister as a member of education and sports. We have supported him and he has performed as a minister because Uganda is now on the map because of the performance of athletes. My brother, congratulations. Number two, I want to talk about the loan scheme. We have had issues of the loan scheme concerning the arts students. This scheme is a scheme for science students. And the science students are students who go to first schools. So when you are in Vudo and you get 18 and above, you go on the government scheme at Makere. The balance of 17 and 16 up to 13 who are doing sciences at Vudo, they are the ones who apply and go for the loan scheme. So the poor boy in the village without laboratories who have struggled to do arts, he cannot access this loan scheme. So our recommendation has been that one, let them open up. Whether you are doing sciences, whether you are doing arts, after all, it is a loan. You are all going to do what? You're going to pay. Number two, government should not waste time. Government is struggling with these government-sponsored students at universities with leaving out allowances. We have been seeing strikes. So our recommendation has been that let all the money which government puts in the government Everybody can struggle and study. Otherwise, I want to thank the chairperson and the team for a good report. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Tumuzigu. And then
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I have interest in the committee chair, first committee chair HIV, because, you know, it's very important. The work they do is what is being commented on. And defense, we have Karamoja. I wanted you on Karamoja issue. I had marked you here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I take this opportunity also to congratulate my brother.
No,
Bua.
Honorable Sarah is giving name. Women MPs have spoken. Yes, women MPs have spoken. So, go on, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I congratulate my brother, Honorable Bua, for assenting to that office of Chief Whip. And I believe God is going to give you the courage and the capacity to do that job as usual. I thank the chairperson for delivering, together with the committee, on this report. My submission is about the community development officers. The committee recommends that we give them, the government supports them with the transport, facilitate the CDOs. It has been their complaint for so long. And at the end of the day, they end up charging the beneficiaries of the funds. And as we go on to implement parish model, it means that our people will be charged for the services from CDOs. And that is extremely dangerous. So therefore, we have to make sure that those CDOs are facilitated with the transport and even accommodation. In some areas, they have to travel for so long. Secondly, there is an issue concerning some districts having no knowledge about Youth Capital Venture Fund, like NAPAC. This is extremely unfortunate that some districts do not know about this program. But in addition to that, Mr. Speaker and the House, some youth do not know even the ventures to start. Money comes and they don't know the projects to start.
Muzare, then Dr.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'll begin with the social assistance that we're giving to the old people. Chair, reduce from 80 to 70, and for the women to 65. I want to think it's not proper for the committee that is working on equal opportunities to begin by discriminating gender. Secondly, Chair, as we speak today, inflation is very high. Chair, I suggest that the committee add lower than minimum. On the issue of the loan scheme, Chair, if today we asked for a list and you look at Busoga alone, we may not even have 10 children from Busoga that have qualified for that scheme. They apply. Busoga is well known for doing census. It's on record. But not even 10 children. The system is very paramount in this case. Chair, I want to implore the committee to look at the issue of salary discrimination.
Dr. Yume? No.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable. I would want to thank the committee for their report. I just wanted to give information that the government of Uganda continues to prioritize We have constructed 351 health center 3s as government of Uganda. However, Right Honorable Speaker, sometimes creation of new sub-counties outstrips the construction. So much as we have tried to achieve 351 in the last 5 years, more administrative units are being constructed, increasing the gap. And the average cost is anywhere between 500 to 900 million shillings for a maternity unit. I would also want to know which health center that is, where male and female are sharing wards, cognizant of the fact that sometimes districts take it upon themselves to repurpose some old administrative units into health facilities. But we have a standard as government, we have a standard as Ministry of Health for what constitutes a ward, and it clearly separates male and female. On the issue of non-communicable diseases, we prioritize non-communicable diseases until the grassroots facilities. That is whether it is cancer, we're decentralizing to regional levels, and we also have drugs to health center 4s, health center 3s for diabetes and for heart diseases. We're also prioritizing health educators and health inspectors because we also think the prevention aspect is quite important. So I just wanted to give that information. Thank you.
Chair, HIV.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the committee for the report. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to comment on equal access to health in 2 areas. The first one is with our children who are suffering from hydrocephalus and spinal bifida. These are children who have got big heads, as we locally know it. Right Honorable Speaker, these children accessing treatment is very difficult. In all our government hospitals, many of them do not handle these cases. And parents of these children find it very challenging to have treatment for their children, and they are always referred to private hospitals in Mbale, like Cure or Cure Ginger. And so I want to appeal to government that for us to have equal access to health, these children should be considered. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, as the chair for HIV and AIDS, during our assessment, we have discovered that there is an increase in key population. And among these key populations, there is also increase of HIV and AIDS. But because of discrimination and stigma that is around what they do and what they believe in, they normally hide themselves and fail to access treatment. And if we are speaking about equal opportunities and there is equal right to access to health, I think we need to look for a way that we can cater for these people. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, is on equal distribution of resources. You talked here very well about your region, the terrain of your roads. I think you're from mountainous area.
Honorable Chibadia.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, colleagues have congratulated Ndugu Bua. I've got regards. Ndugu Bua went through a secondary school where Right Honorable Kadaga studied from. So she has asked me to convey her regards and congs to Honorable Bua since she's Right Honorable Speaker, my thinking is simple. There are 2 areas. One, the city schools, Right Honorable School, Right Honorable Speaker, are given to a sub-county. There are sub-counties, Right Honorable Speaker, with one parish. There are sub-counties with 3 parishes, and there are sub-counties with 10 parishes. But collectively, whether the sub-county has 1 parish, 3 parishes, or 10 parishes, they consider it as a sub-county, and they give it 1 city school, which disadvantages most of these other students that we need to. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, the chairperson talked about skilling Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, the president began a program of skilling Uganda. Unfortunately, the program of skilling Uganda, Right Honorable Speaker, only ended in Kampala here and the surrounding areas. Yet skilling Uganda would benefit most of our people from Kamuli, from Karamoja, and from all these other areas of our country. Right, Honorable Speaker, it's an area that I request we take a note. If skilling in Uganda has to hold the meaning of skilling Uganda, can we have it also go up country instead of ending in Kampala? It's only in the 4 divisions of Kampala, right, Honorable Speaker. So since the minister is here, the chairperson has hinted something about it. We request that the minister and the members concerned have skilling Uganda, move up country to help those disadvantaged members. Thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you, Karangara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the committee for the work well done. Mr. Speaker, they talked about where my captain talked about distribution of resources fairly. When we come to payment of the staff or civil servants, Mr. Speaker, Kalangala district is an island district. But when they hear, I think when they hear Kalangala Town Council, they think it is in Kampala somewhere. Kalangala Town Council members of staff or civil servants are given different allowances as compared to those in the deeper islands. Mr. Speaker, I think it would be fair for those in the Town Council of Kalangala to also receive hard-to-reach allowances like the others do, because it is only those in the deeper islands that receive hard-to-reach. Yet these ones also travel on water to go and work. So I think it is unfair. It should be fairly done. And also, Mr. Speaker, speaking about poverty, on page 24, they talked about poverty and insecurity, but the committee did not give us recommendations. I don't know why, but I think one of the recommendations that should be done, we should reinstate YLP, UWEP, and SURGE to ensure that the poor people are reached. You see, when you talk about our good minister here has visited Kalangala, Mr. Kasolo, and he has taught our people as regards to Emioga. But the microfinance center, the funds we get from there. Mr. Speaker, just a minute.
No, Honorable colleague, it's very clear.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Katsime Annette Mugisha, Woman Member of Parliament, Bushenyi District. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to thank the chairperson of the committee for the comprehensive report. Fortunately, I was in Bushenyi when they visited the district and moved with them in different institutions. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to put emphasis on schools for people with disabilities. Right Honorable Speaker, we have very few schools for people with disabilities. However, those schools are not taken, they are not given priority. For example, they have talked about the school in Bushenyi. The iron sheets are very old. They are even leaking. The structures are disappointing. I want to ask the Honorable Minister, with due respect, take a proactive approach and send these technocrats to look at those structures. Otherwise, if it has started raining, a calamity is going to happen. I want to assure you that these schools are in bad state. With due, not in Bushenyi only, and see the situation and attend to those schools. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity.
Oshabe.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very, very much for giving me the opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, I am happy that you've given me chance because I've heard everyone thanking the committee, but I am one of those disappointed. And thank you for allowing my voice to come through. Why am I disappointed? Right Honorable Speaker, in the committee report. Right Honorable Speaker, this committee is not a sectoral committee that is supposed to go reporting on everything, even reaching the point of reporting on latrines. This committee should be a policy committee. Right Honorable Speaker, in every sector, they should show us how government have streamlined matters of equal opportunities for those people that you're looking at. But right Honorable Speaker, they're here talking about latrines, the other day talking about something, they are all over. Yet there are specific committees, right Honorable Speaker, that are responsible for reporting on those sectors. I'll give an example, right Honorable Speaker, on the matter of loan scheme. Just pick your report and read what they've given to us. They should have told us that the loan scheme, this is what they've done to ensure that equal opportunity is given to all Ugandans. Then they tell us what they advise them to do to ensure that equal opportunities reach to everyone. But they are here telling you only in this list one person, the other one person. I think this committee can do better, right Honorable Speaker, by going on all sectors, looking at every sector and seeing how imbalances can be cured.
Honorable Minister of Gender, no colleagues. Honorable Minister, responses? And please keep this short because we shall expect a report.
Thank you.
Honorable Minister, before you, Rob has requested. Make some remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will commence with the formulation of the policy on special needs, because I'm one of those about to receive a petition from special needs teachers after salary enhancement of scientists. They are complaining bitterly because
you are about to.
Yeah, I'm about to.
So you're working together. You have.
They have already reached out to me.
Okay.
Yes, and that policy is dragging feet. It has taken long, and I think government should expedite the ministry formulation of that policy. In the Ministry of Public Service, it is a 30% hard to reach fund. And a number of districts, including that of Udoda, were beneficiaries, supposed to be beneficiaries of this fund. And issues of marginalized groups in hard to reach areas like Udoda would actually be benefiting from this fund. But up to now, implementation of this has taken ages, and we don't seem to be seeing any funds coming to those that have been waiting for ages in the shortest time possible. You know very well, I've just seen the teacher to pupil ratio in NAPAC at 1 to 91. But if you come to places like Udoda, where about 5 schools were closed because they are in places that are surrounded with cracks, the ratio is even worse, is 1 to 150 pupils. The Speaker, the planning for these affirmative program projects is very poor. And they are designed in such a way that they are mere token packages, but not for empowerment, because we don't see any capacity or capabilities being built out of this program. They come at and the recipients treat them like they are political tokens. And that's why you find they hardly bear fruit. Even they are highly partisan. You're aware, Mr. Speaker, that the RDCs and Chairman NRM are the ones that are normally in charge of these affirmative action programs. And that's why they end up being abused. Mr. Speaker, with the loan scheme,
The truth of the matter is that in northern
Go on, Lok.
were mentioned. I would, through you, Mr. Speaker, you are chair, seek your indulgence to have a list of the beneficiaries of this loan scheme furnished to this house, so that we know, regionally, so that we know who these beneficiaries are, because some of those from the northwest come and benefit from through the east. So please, through your office, let this house be furnished with a list of the beneficiaries of this loan scheme. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I hope the intention is not knowing who is where. I remember when we were at campus, we had, and he's a senior police officer now, called Biarhanga Odur. Biarhanga Odur, we had a situation where one senior politician on the opposition attacked him when they were in Guru, saying, now, benefiting on things of the Achori. And for it to turn out that Biarhanga couldn't even speak Agandi. He was a true Achori. And that person was a senior leader here. I remember the embarrassment of following a name. They followed just Biarhanga, not knowing he's dealing with his Achori brother, whom he was about to slaughter. Kumbe, it was an Achori. Now that I know many Bagisu, I've seen, we have Honorable Wanda Richard there. The Nyankore he speaks, some of us cannot speak it. When you hear him speak, you will slaughter him as a Nyankore. But he's a senior Mugisu who passed through Imbaru. So some of these things we have to be cautious, colleagues. But it's very important the list should be presented, so that it's verifiable. There is nothing to hide. So, Honourable Minister, please present that list so that it can be referred to the committee for education, so that members can be able to verify it. It's very, very important. Honourable Minister, maximum 5 minutes.
Thank you,
have a chance.
Right Honorable. I want to thank the committee for the observations and the recommendations contained in their report, the issues raised, social services, which captured the issue of poor delivery, inadequate access by vulnerable communities and groups, issues of the loan scheme and accessibility, and issues of how people should access in a balanced way. I've noted all this. As Equal Opportunities Commission, you are aware, its role is to ensure balanced development, balanced access to services, equal opportunities for everybody in recruitment, in placement, and all the other services in the government. We are going to study the report of the committee with members of the Equal Opportunity Commission, and will be able to report to Parliament on the detailed issues that have been raised in the report and from members of Parliament. We note issues raised in respect to ethnic minorities, which the Equal Opportunities Commission has visited, has compiled, has made recommendation on how each of these should be dealt with, including issues of access to identity card. And it was discussed yesterday in Cabinet how issues of those ethnic minorities and those not in the Constitution should be addressed in the current exercise, which is about to begin. I've noted issues of grants and financial support programs for the vulnerable groups, issues of SAGE, where Parliament requires age lowering, increase in the amount, payment of the arrears. I have noted that. We have, as a ministry, assessed all the implication of
the financial requirements, if we lower the age to 75 to 70 to 65 to 60, if we increase from 25 to 30 up to 50,000, but in our if we are to lower at 70 years and increase to 50 years. We are discussing this and we are going to make recommendation to cabinet, youth livelihood program, OWEP, youth venture capital fund, the persons with disability grants, the enterprise fund for the elderly, all these funds, issues that have been raised by my colleagues, members of parliament, have been noted. We are going to discuss, but I want to assure you that these grants, those that are in existence, the affirmative action grants are based on clear guidelines. There is no prejudice in respect to access. That's why I see that all the members of this August House from both sides have appreciated, have contributed, and have requested and made proposals on measures to make sure either they are scaled up or the increase in accessibility. So there is no issue of saying people access it based on party. On issues of poverty, the issues of discrimination, inequalities, imbalances that have been raised in the report. Again, these are issues that have been studied by the Equal Opportunities Commission. They have reports, annual reports in each of these sectors. And Right Honorable Speaker, I will present the annual reports here so that there is more scrutiny of all the issues that have been raised here, the special needs education, issues related to areas, and all the issues raised are contained in the annual report of the committee of the Equal Opportunities, and I will be able to bring the report here so that there is more study on that. Otherwise, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank colleagues for their interest and support in respect to how to entrench legal policy guidelines, standards of living of the vulnerable groups, and ensure that we address issues of inequality. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Colleagues, I now put the question that the report of the Committee on Equal Opportunities on the state of equal opportunities in selected sectors and affirmative action programs be adopted. Those in favor say aye, and with amendments. Those in favor, let me repeat it for clarity. No, Honorable Ministers, this report was touching very many areas. The Minister of Gender is going to coordinate other ministers. This is a multi-sectoral report. So the Minister of Gender is going to coordinate other ministers to ensure that recommendations are implemented and responses are prepared. Otherwise, every minister, if they have come here to respond, will take really a very long time. Now, I put the question that the report of the Committee on Equal Opportunities on the state of equal opportunities in selected sectors and affirmative action programs be adopted with amendments. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Chair of the committee, thank you for your report. But I want you to go back. You look at Rule 183, Sub-Rule 4. You are supposed to report twice on this floor. Rule 183 happened in the last session. This is the report for the last session. We expect you to prepare a report for the next session. So we expect you these reports to come in time so that we can indeed handle them. Now, Minister, as per Rule 220 of our Rules of Procedure, you are required to bring an action taken report within 3 months.
Please link up with all sectors and extract all action taken reports, which the ministers are supposed to bring here, so that we don't always pass resolutions in vain. When we pass resolutions, people go and risk, and yet action is supposed to be taken. So I need you to extract all resolutions we made, all reports adopted, so that we can have action taken reports submitted here. Item number 6.
Item number 6. Thank you, Right Honorable. I will do as you have guided.
Thank you.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Defense and Internal Affairs on field visits to government prisons and prison farms.
Honorable Chair, Committee on Defense and Internal Affairs.
Thank you for.
Chair, you have strictly 20 minutes. Go on observations and recommendations.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, this is a report of the Committee on Defense and Internal Affairs on field visits to government prisons and prison farms. Right Honorable Speaker, permit me.
Honorable, those are in the report. Just go on observations and recommendations, so that we can have time for debate. I want every colleague who has not spoken to speak.
Thank you very much. Right Honorable Speaker. (5.1), which is congestion and overcrowding in the prisons. The committee noted that overcrowding is an outstanding problem to the prison management in the country. Congestion is an average of 339%, with some prisons housing above 5 times their designed housing capacities as detailed below. Right Honorable Speaker, that is tabulated, and we made reference to some of the prisons like Bushenyi, Mbarara, Masindi, Kiruhura, Lira, Rukunjiri, Ndorwa, Kachika, Fort Poto, Kitugum, Bushenyi, Masaka, Saza, then Upper Prison. The committee observed that overcrowding in prisons relates to challenges in the judicial system. For instance, shortage of judicial staff, prosecution officers, investigators, missing of court files, and few high court sessions. In addition, unnecessary adjournments by judges greatly negate the trial process by cases dragging on in courts for a long time, leading to high number of unconvicted offenders in prison custody, who eventually contributes to the rise of population in prisons. The committee further noted that another cause of congestion in prison institutions in the country is the presence of large number of prisoners who have been sentenced to death over the years, but have never been executed. This growing prison population has overstretched existing physical facilities and puts pressure on services like water, leading to unhygienic conditions. The committee noted that delivery of justice is a coordinated process in the just law and order sector, where departments within the sector have to be aligned and coordinated simultaneously to perform all activities in the process. The committee also noted that in some prison facilities like Katojo Prison, Kabarole District, juveniles were imprisoned together with adults instead of remand homes, thereby increasing congestion in the prison. However, members were informed that this was as a result of COVID-19 pandemic, where prisoners were restricted to particular facilities to avoid spread of COVID-19. Recommendations. Prison service development budget should be increased to enable rehabilitation, expansion, and construction of more prisons to accommodate the increasing number of prisoners and reduce on congestion in the available facilities. 2, courts of law should employ alternatives to imprisonment, such as community service, suspended sentence, and affordable fines to ensure that petty offenders do not congest prisons. The Advisory Committee on the Prerogative of Mercy, whose task is to advise the President as per Section 121 of the Constitution, should make recommendation regarding death penalty. Given that since 1999, no executions have been carried out, yet more prisoners have been sentenced to death. Government should appoint more judges and magistrates to increase on the frequency of court sessions as a way of reducing backlog of cases. In line with the law, remands whose cases lack sufficient evidence should be given bail as prosecution gathers more evidence. Government should develop the national corrections policy to guide the transformation from penal to productive corrections. Community participation should be promoted in corrections and involvement of the private sector and non-state actors in the offender reintegration process. Government should strengthen collaboration with actors in the criminal justice system to reduce the remand population. Two, the other challenge is to do with inadequate staff, housing, and accommodation. The committee observed that poor housing and working conditions of prison staff, especially those of the lower cadres, reduces their morale, thus are unable to fully dedicate themselves to working in such unbearable conditions. It is ironical to note that the same prison officers who are supposed to rehabilitate the prisoners suffer the same consequences as prisoners. The committee observed that 7,121 staff, 50%, are not properly housed. Some prison staff still reside in unipods, canteens, makeshift structures, and others stay in houses roofed with asbestos sheets, which have been prohibited worldwide because of health dangers that they pose to inhabitants. The committee was informed that some prison officers spend part of their meager salaries on renting houses outside the barracks, while others who cannot afford are forced to stay with their families in congested, dilapidated structures. As more administration units are being created, some staff share houses which are quite small and cannot accommodate their families properly. This poor housing condition does not only infringe on the rights of prison officers, but also lowers their morale. The committee appreciated the ongoing construction and renovation of accommodation facilities in some few prisons. However, there's still a lot to be done to improve the accommodation facilities of prison officers. Recommendation. The committee recommends that prisons management should prioritize construction of low-cost housing units and phasing using the incremental approach as a multi-year project for decent staff accommodation. Government should urgently provide funds to replace asbestos sheets with iron sheets because it is a health hazard to the occupants. The third challenge is mistreatment of prisoners. The committee was informed that deliberate physical and psychological mistreatment of inmates is a pervasive and persistent issue of concern. According to inmates, pre-trial detainees are often at a risk of being mistreated because they are under the control of the detaining authorities, who may perceive torture and other forms of ill treatment as the easiest and fastest way of obtaining information or extract confession. Other officers in charge delegate representatives from among detainees to handle disciplinary issues on their behalf. These are the ones who in most cases mistreat fellow prisoners. Prisoners informed the committee that the common methods of torture and mistreatment included beating, reduction of food ratios, and denial of medical treatment. The committee recommends Human Rights Committee should follow up on the matter with the view of establishing more facts in relation to torture and mistreatment of prisoners. 2, as an institutional measure, prisons authorities should strengthen the monitoring department to periodically interface with the inmates to identify issues that affect inmates. Prison officers in charge should play their role of supervision instead of delegating selected prisoners to discharge duties on their behalf. Challenge number 5.4, inadequate legal representation of prisoners. The committee observed that prisoners are faced with the challenge of legal representation because most of them are poor and do not afford to pay legal fees. In most cases, some of the offenders are not aware of their rights because they are perceived to be on the who do not have adequate knowledge are forced to abide by the outcome of court proceedings without understanding what it entails. The committee was informed that they are not given time to discuss their cases with lawyers to give them the details of the offenses. The committee was informed that there are arrangements made between Uganda Prison Service and Uganda Law Society to provide legal aid services to inmates. However, they are still inadequate due to high number of criminal cases. Hard-to-reach areas do not receive legal representation due to inadequate facilitation. The committee was informed by inmates that they were advised to accept pre-bargain settlement without informing them of the consequences as they are perceived to be guilty. This was noted to have caused bias and limited appreciation of the reform by prisoners. Recommendation: the government should honor its obligation to provide legal services as its duty to provide it to criminal offenders. Just law and other sectors should urge lawyers to take on capital offenses rather than minor offenses when providing legal representation under pro bono services to offenders. Government should fast track the legal aid bill so as to have an enabling law in place. Government should prioritize sensitization on pre-bargain reforms for it to be appreciated. Challenge number 5, that's 5.5, distance between prisons and courts of law. The committee observed that due to misalignment of criminal justice agencies, there are long distances between prison facilities and courts of law. This results into huge costs to government in terms of fuel and maintenance of vehicles, delayed production of prisoners to courts, and also a barrier to justice on the side of prisoners. Most challenges are encountered on implementation of urgent court directives to produce prisoners to court, especially when there is no standby transport and other logistics. The committee recommends that location of adjudicating courts of law should be well planned to be in proximity with the prison facilities to reduce distances the inmates have to travel. The committee further recommends that more vehicles should be purchased and provided with sufficient fuel to ensure timely delivery of inmates to courts. Land grabbing is the other challenge. Uganda Prison Service has continued to encounter challenges of land grabbing by private investors and groups of local people due to lack of regularized tenants agreements. Most of this land is neither surveyed nor titled, which exposes it to illegal encroachment by private investors and groups of local people. For example, part of the land belonging to Rimi Prison Farm was occupied by a group of encroachers who have claimed it, and the matter is in court. Most of the land belonging to prison service is not fenced, exposing it to grabbing and insecurity of prisoners and prison officers. The committee observed that Uganda Prison Service has not generated much from the public-private partnership arrangement. The committee also noted that most of the land belonging to prison service is not fenced, exposing it. The committee recommends that prison service management should expedite the land surveying and title acquisition process to avoid future encroachments on the prison's land. Uganda Land Commission should stop giving away prison land to private developers who do not pay returns to the prison service. Government should provide funds to fence prisons and prison farms to prevent land grabbing and provide security. Prisons management should consider planting trees around the boundaries of prison land as a tentative measure. Challenge 7, gender equity mainstreaming. There are different categories of persons in prisons that need special care. These include sick prisoners and staff, female staff, pregnant mothers, children, and persons living with HIV/AIDS whose needs vary by category. HIV prevalence rate among prisoners is 15% and 12.5% among staff. Female prisoners receive inadequate sanitary towels and underwear. In addition, female prisoners' accommodation do not match the required standards for keeping mothers with children. There are no special wards for breastfeeding mothers and care centers for pregnant mothers. Some inmates stay with their children up to 4 years in cells, which is against the Prisons Act. Section 59, which restricts children to stay with mothers up to only 18 months, only 18 months. The committee recommends that gender should be mainstreamed in all prisons activities to increase gender sensitivity of the prisoners, and the gender monitoring office should be strengthened to monitor integration of gender in prison life and activities. Challenge 8, that's 5.8, night soil bucket system. The committee noted with concern the use of night soil bucket system in some prison facilities. The committee further noted that some inmates are kept in unipods which do not have waterborne facilities. This poses sanitation challenges not only to the prisoners, but also the prison warders. A case in point in Lore Prison, where inmates still use buckets. The committee recommends that prison service should provide adequate sanitary facilities and totally eliminate night soil bucket system in all prisons in Uganda. Prison service should consider using biodigesters and also construct permanent latrines. 9, rehabilitation programs in prison service. Rehabilitation and reformation of offenders is one of the core functions of the Uganda Prison Service. It comprises a number of various interventions and mechanisms that are employed in various fields to provide purposeful activities for prisoners to challenge their offending behaviors, provide basic education to tackle illiteracy, and equip them with the life and work skills in order to ensure that the prisoners are reformed during their incarceration and properly rehabilitated into society as law-abiding citizens. Uganda Prisons Service has embarked on a number of programs to empower prisoners to achieve social rehabilitation, such as agriculture, tailoring, carpentry, among others, in order to impart skills to the inmates and prepare them to face life after they have served their sentence. Whereas Prisons Administration has made great strides in improving lives of inmates under their custody, the administration still experiences insufficient funding to cater for training and rehabilitation programs of inmates. This has rendered many of them idle. His ministries, departments, and agencies should procure furniture from Uganda Prison Service in order to boost its production. The committee, however, noted that whereas it is a good idea to encourage and promote low consumption of furniture, Uganda Prison Service does not have the capacity to produce the required furniture for all government agencies. This is because the administration of prisons experiences inadequate funding, limited space for production, inadequate and obsolete equipment. In addition to the prison service relies on manpower provided by inmates who are not well trained in carpentry and joinery to produce furniture that can compete with imported ones. The committee recommends that the government should enhance budgetary allocations for prison service to boost implementation of the presidential directive, as well as funding for rehabilitation programs to improve the lives of inmates while in custody and thereafter. Agriculture production. Uganda Prison Service continues to pursue agricultural activities as essential component of its operations in areas of food, cash crop production, and livestock. The committee appreciates the commendable work that is being done by prison farms. A tour to different prisons indicated the Uganda Prison Service remains one of the government institutions with the largest acreage of land in the country. Agriculture production in government prisons is one of the many rehabilitation programs that is aimed at providing correctional services to inmates as well as equipping them with agricultural skills. It was established that Lugore Farm sits on 2,418 acres with maize grain, soybean as the main farming enterprise, with the cotton and maize grain as farming enterprises, and Ruimi Farm sits on 3,300 acres with maize, soybean, and sunflower enterprises. Almost all food required to feed inmates over the country is produced by prisons in prison farms. This has helped to reduce feeding costs on the side of government. His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, directed the prison service to increase agricultural production through seed multiplication of cotton and maize in order to supply the growing population. The committee, however, noted that agriculture production in the prison service continues to encounter a wide range of challenges, such as irregular rainfall patterns due to climatic changes, continuous leasing of prison land to private developers, low levels of mechanization, frequent breakdown of farm tractors, and reliance on manual labor provided by inmates who do not have expertise in agricultural production. There is also lack of production systems for massive production in prison self-sufficiency. The committee also noted that the farms lack silos for storage and lack a seed treatment plant, which increases the cost of seed production. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Uganda Prison Service should fast-track establishment of irrigation systems in a phased manner at prison farms in order to mitigate reliance on natural rains. Government should embrace irrigation as a way of increasing agricultural production in the country. The committee further recommends that government should provide funds to construct silos for storage and purchase of a seed treatment plant for seed multiplication. Government should provide sufficient funds for increased mechanization as a way of increasing food production. Funds should also be provided for maintenance of available machinery. Uganda Prison Service should partner with Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries to provide technical expertise and support in order to increase its agricultural production. Under the program of promoting water for agriculture and irrigation and provision of tractors for mechanization, the Ministry of Agriculture should give priority to prison farms. With persistent food shortages for prisoners, Uganda Prison Service should enhance food production to cover the prisoners' feeding budget shortfalls and mitigate the persistent supplementary budget requests for prisoners' feeding. 10. Healthcare service delivery. Healthcare services in Uganda Prison Service is organized in accordance with the General Public Health Administration to ensure that there is continuity of treatment and other infectious diseases. As a way of ensuring health of inmates, Uganda Prison Services offers specialized counseling services to the inmates as well as allowing religious leaders to offer spiritual counseling in prisons. The committee further noted that due to inadequate accommodation space in prisons, some inmates with contagious diseases share dormitories with the rest of the inmates. This poses the risk of spreading diseases to health inmates. In the same case, mentally challenged inmates sleep in the same dormitories with the rest of the inmates, putting the lives of the healthy inmates at risk. The committee was informed of inadequacy of drugs in most of prison health units. In all prison establishments visited, health centers were congested with few health workers and poor sanitation. The committee further observed that there is inadequate emergency response to ill health of prisoners. This is due to lack of trust resulting from the criminal perceptions of inmates by their warders, which leads to laxity, especially when sickness is reported at an early stage. And the addition, lack of standby ambulance services in remotely located prisons sometimes leads to death of inmates while in transit to hospitals. The committee recommends as follows. Government should upgrade some regional prison health center 3s to health center 4s and units from health center 2s to health center 3s for effective medical services in prisons and increase staffing levels. The committee recommends that government should provide regional standby ambulances to prisons as it is with the police and military to respond to emergencies resulting from ill health of inmates. Special units should be constructed with adequate medical supplies to accommodate inmates with exclusive health conditions to avoid the spread of contagious diseases. Prison management should organize routine medical outreach teams to provide medical information to inmates and sensitize them about communicable and non-communicable diseases. Insecurity in prison facilities. The committee was informed that due to changing profiles of offenders with the global increase in terrorism and change in sentencing regime, where some people are sentenced to more than 50 years, security of both prisoners and staff needs to be enhanced. The requirements include establishing of offender identification and management systems to facilitate offender tracking, monitoring, and control, critical in maintaining a secure prison environment conducive for offender rehabilitation. The committee recommends that the government should provide funds for procurement, acquisition, and installation of assorted security, communication, and ICT equipment, including prisons management information systems. Conclusion. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, Uganda Prison Service operates under serious challenges, as noted above, which require urgent government intervention, especially in areas of tackling congestion challenges, addressing land grabbing, need to put up decent accommodations for staff, providing legal aid services to prisoners, among others. The committee would like to appreciate the services rendered by the Prison Management Authority in this country, despite operating on meager resources. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the original report of the committee. I beg to lay on the table, Right Honorable Speaker. Hereby lay. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. You don't have any other document, the minutes and all that? Please ensure the minutes and all accompanying documents are also read.
Much obliged, Right Honorable Speaker. I will lay them tomorrow.
Please,
Thank you.
I will allow you to do that because it's very important. Thank you, colleagues. You've had the chairman's submission. If you have spoken, yeah, I just want to be honest. I want to give first priority to those who have been spoken. So I request everyone who has spoken first sit. Okay? Then I start with Haj Edith Savidia. No, those ones who came in late, I will pick you last. Because I know colleagues who have been here. First start with Edith Savidia, then I do Goret Namga, then I do Frank, and then I do DP Chief Whip. I'm going to pick you all colleagues, the ones who have been spoken. Aaron, I'm going to pick you. Colleagues who have been spoken, I can't leave here before they speak. Please.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And I want to thank the committee for this report. Right Honorable Speaker, I did follow the report as it was presented. But there are issues that, Right Honorable Speaker, we need to look into. Among the recommendations, I looked at the committee recommending to give the prisons money to construct more prisons. Right, Honorable Speaker, much as I do appreciate the work of our prison department, and much as I appreciate that we should appropriate money for the department, increasing money to construct more prisons, it is a bit disturbing. We have countries that are even closing prisons. A country like Netherlands has closed prisons. Countries like Sweden, they are taking the same direction. Let us increase the budget of prison and then take another direction. How best can we decrease crimes in our country? Because increasing more prisons means that we are actually advocating for more people to commit more crimes. After all, we have already settled their homes. So as I do appreciate that.
Honorable, would you commit a crime because there is a space available in a prison?
Right, Honorable Speaker, sometimes why I'm saying so, we must engage our population. Some of these crimes that are committed is because most of our people lack what to do and they end up committing crimes. Should we invest in issues in areas where we can engage our people in productive activities to reduce crimes? I want to thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and I also thank the committee.
No, she has not submitted.
Yes.
She had not submitted. I'm
Right.
the one who knows who submitted. Anifa submitted, Nabukenya submitted, and she's the one who remained in between.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for defending me. Right Honorable
And even
Speaker,
Karanda has submitted.
I'm submitting on the issue of congestion and crowding in regard housing in prison. Right Honorable Speaker, every one of us is aware that we have political prisoners who would have not been in prison. I mean, they are there for no reason. Right Honorable Speaker, we need to think about political prisoners to be left to go home. Right Honorable Speaker, we should also look into the issue of the CID team that does the investigation. There is inadequacy, lack of capacity. Who are in prison, yet they wouldn't have been there. Right Honorable Speaker, the civic space is shrinking. These would have done the sensitization on behalf of government. So I think government should also think about giving the civil society space to help it in sensitization, and those are the duties that the civil society normally takes on. Gender equity mainstreaming, Right Honorable Speaker. Pregnant mothers and breastfeeding mothers, Right Honorable Speaker, I concur with the committee that these should be treated in a special way. They should be given space to feed their children. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, I present on the issue of the legal aid bill. Right Honorable Speaker, gender-based violence has increased in prisons. First of all, space, accommodation, and homes. You know, misbehavior in homes is increasing. So, Right Honorable Speaker, we need to consider increasing the housing facilities for our staff in prison so that we can also reduce on gender-based violence. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Clerk, we are doing 2 minutes. Maximum. Vote.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Then after you can give your UPC neighbor.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank the committee for bringing out the plight of the prison sector, both the staff and the inmates. Right Honorable Speaker, the prison department are on the receiving end. We must ensure that the judiciary, the prison department, and the police ensure that there is efficiency in their work. Because if you look at the numbers of the prisoners who are on remand, yet the investigation onto their cases have dragged for a long time. And in the end, having stayed there for many years, you find that they have no case to answer. So there's need to have efficiency in the investigation department. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee did not touch on one thing. In the last 2 years, there have been incidences where prisoners are transported to go and give labor. And the way they are transported, and we have got fatalities where prisoners lost their life. So I don't know how these issues need to be handled. I think there should be a procedure within the prison department. I know as a way of corrective measures, some of them go and give labor, which they are paid. And at the end, when they are being released after serving their sentences, they are given some of this money to go back with home. So I think there must be a clear policy that when prisoners are being transported to go and offer labor to some private facilities, there is need for decent transport means so that we don't
Yes. Franca, Moroto. Oh, no, UPC then Moroto, municipality.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Kenny Hauma, one member of Parliament, Ukwania District. I want to thank the chairperson of the committee for the elaborative report he has made here. Speaker, I just want to echo on something concerning the inadequate legal representation of prisoners. We are well aware that each and every Ugandan has the constitutional right. Every Ugandan has the constitutional right to being heard and also at the same time being represented. These people are faced with the legal challenges of representation because they are poor and they cannot afford legal fee. They are being denied their constitutional right, Right Honorable Speaker. As we are aware, they are supposed to be given the right as Ugandan. So they are supposed to be given such right for them to be heard. We have the chairperson has talked about healthcare services in the prison. We are aware there are people who have been arrested, some of them are pregnant mothers, some of them have infectious diseases that can also infect other inmates. But the prison management committee, what they have is only, they have the dormitory that is meant for only the prisoners. I will implore that the management separate those ones who have the infectious disease with separate from those ones who have not got the infection. I thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Moroto municipality.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to begin by thanking the chairperson of the committee for elaborately bringing out the challenges that are faced by the prison services and the prisoners. So it's true, the biggest challenge they face is mainly infrastructure. Because if you look at recently, there was an operation in Karamoja, the disarmament exercise, and most of the prisoners, most of the suspects that were arrested during that operation were actually taken to prison, to the prison facility, which could not accommodate. So there was overcrowding. If you carry out the research, it shows that some of our prisons actually hold over 200% of the capacity of those facilities. So that issue of overcrowding also leads to some of the issues that the committee has not brought out clearly. That is the mental health, the mental part of it. So if only they could put emphasis in some of these prison facilities whereby they can have mental health services. Because if you look at crowding, it leads to a lot of mental illness associated also with violence. And some of these people end up committing suicide. So if they can also be given that service, maybe counseling, that would help them. But mainly we need to address the issue of infrastructure so that we are able to solve some of these problems that may lead to escalation in terms of violence and so forth. I am happy that at least the recommendations that have been made are truly clear, and I hope the government will put emphasis on implementing some of this. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think it's important when we are making recommendations, we make recommendations on what is implementable and in line with the law.
because chairman, and that's why we have all these services. For example, on page 9, the recommendation you made, government should honor its obligation, provide the legal services as it's duty to provide it to criminal offenders. You need to qualify some of this, because this is not in line with Article 28, clause 3E. That one limits to only offenses for death and life imprisonment. Capital offenses, in short, to make it very easy. So when you say as a committee that we should provide these services, then it's unconstitutional. You're going beyond the constitution. They need to go. Honorable Kagwera, Stephen, and then I'll go to Honorable Wanda Richard. Colleagues, I'm going to pick you. Achoma, you have just come. You can't make me panic. No, I'm going to give you a chance. Honorable Stephen Kagwera.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank the committee. Right Honorable Speaker, the problem with the recommendations we give, at times they are not implemented. Right Honorable Speaker, I have been here for some time with the chair of the committee. The same recommendations we make.
Honorable Stephen, please. Colleagues, I want to send you a clear warning. When I'm picking you, I'm not doing you a favor. It's your right. You're many here. Whether you turn on me with a sad face, you're cursing, you're doing what, it does not help. So, honorable colleague, please, you're like others. That business of removing a mask and start making signs to me does not help. Sit, you're a member of parliament, I'm going to pick you. I have said everyone who has not spoken will speak, and you're one of them. So I want you colleagues to know that indeed you must sit here, you wait like others. Sometimes you will even sit here for 10 hours and I won't pick you. It's because it's not because I don't like you, but others are coming up and my time is limited. So I request you, we will stand each other. I know whenever I live here, some of you send me messages. I came, you never picked me. I stood up 20 times. How? What do you want me to do? One day I'll call one of you take up my seat. And then 120 people stand up. I see how many people you took. So please, it's not that I'm mercing any one of you. We as presiding officers, we try our level best to be fair. So Honorable Take Heart, I'm going to pick you. You don't need to make any sign for me. Honorable Stephen Kagwera, start.
I was talking about the recommendations we make, Honorable Speaker, that each time a report is brought here, it is almost the same report being repeated. So there is lack of implementation, especially on congestion and overcrowding. Right, Honorable Speaker, they are very limited in this country. Most of the regions don't have. Right, Honorable Speaker, the third point is about the third point, third point is about the limitation of the staff houses. Actually, it infringes on the rights of the children, of the women, of the officers, because, Right Honorable Speaker, I have seen conditions where families share a uniport. So you can imagine a family with the old children, the father and the mother are there. I can't say much about it, you know what I mean. So people are deprived. Right Honorable Speaker, the prisons officers delegating their duties, especially to the people called the catechulos. I wish you could see these people counting the prisoners, say when they're about to leave where they're working from. They just get a stick, hit one by counting 1, 2 on their heads. It's really very bad and quite inhuman. I've watched it. It's good that Speaker have given me this chance. Counting as not even cows. You cannot beat my cow, but a human being. 1, 2, 3 in the watch of the prisons officers. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of the catechulos must be revisited. If we don't have enough prisons officers, let us recruit more. The categories are serving sentences.
Thank you, Honorable Wanda. And after you hand over to your neighbor so that I go in peace.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the chair of the Defense Committee for the report. Right Honorable Speaker, prisons wouldn't exist if everything was in the ideal. And so sometimes you find it difficult whether to say we increase its funding or reduce the funding for the same. However, let me go to my observations. From the report, I expected the recommendation to have looked at the rehabilitation process given to the prisoners. I have noted that in places like Luzira, they are equipped with more skills than prisons that are up country. And the people come from prisons and their life is worse. And finally, they repeat the vices they used to do. So it's my prayer that we include something on rehabilitation so that when they come out of prisons, they are able to fit in the community productively. Right, Honorable Speaker, the manpower that we hold as a country in prisons is very big. My view, also based on the recommendations of the committee, if it were possible and the investigations could be expedited, those people should be let out to become productive Ugandans.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, I usually hear about examination centers in prison, only Ruzira. What about other remand centers that are spread? You know, is it only in Ruzira? If I want to continue studying, will I have to ensure that I commit a crime which takes me to Ruzira? Or what priority? No, you will answer. You will tap onto it. Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for finally picking me. I'm so grateful for the committee and the report they've actually made. I'm glad that they've vastly talked about many things related to prisoners. And as you note, for the case of Karamaja, just like my colleague has indicated, disarmament is ongoing. And the numbers are swelling because many people are actually conscripted. They are not screened. Yeah, it takes long for them to be screened. And that's the reason why there are many of them overcrowding some of these facilities. So I would propose, and together with the team, that we really think about these alternatives to imprisonment. For certain cases, these guys can actually be able to contribute immensely to the country. So we really need to be able to think about that. Two, the report rightly talks about strengthening collaboration with actors in the criminal justice system to reduce population. There are certain cases that you can dispose without necessarily reaching the prisons level. And thinking about that could actually be able to help a great deal in reducing the numbers. Finally, in the case of Moroto, for instance, that prison facility is serving a wide area. So you get people from Napak being taken to Moroto facility, from Nabilatu, and so the overcrowding becomes inevitable. I think there could be need to be able to start thinking about another unit, another prison unit, in a sense, at least to be able to reduce on the numbers that get into this particular facility. Thank you so much, Right Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Aran Mayanja.
Thank you so much.
This line, our complete line.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Ranya, you're on the front bench. You will speak later.
Right Honorable Speaker, We'll talk about the congestion and overcrowding in prisons. And on page 5, the chairperson of the committee talks about the presence of a large number of prisoners who have been sentenced to death over the years, but have not been executed. I need a clarification on this because it is a large number. Can the minister ascertain the exact number of these people who were sentenced to death? That's what I wanted as so that the members can know. And second, recommendation made on page 6, in line with the law, remands whose cases lack sufficient evidence should be given bail as prosecution gathers more evidence. And the law, Article 23, talks about protection of personal liberty. Honorable Speaker, our honorable members, our colleagues, Honorable Segirinya and Honorable Sewanyana, ever we see on TVs the witness which are brought to court who have been forced, that we have been forced to, that we
No, Honorable, you're adding yourself time.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Ekudo Tom Julius Gweri. I would like to add on my voice to what the committee has just put on production. They talk about production of beans, maize, but I see as if government has money, like a Paris development model. We have that money. Why can't the government say we put the fish ponds into those prisons? Because we have enough land so that we can produce fish farming, and then it becomes one of the incomes to government and also a learning center.
But the prisoners can also eat fish.
Yes, they can as well, of course. Change of diet. That's why I am bringing it up. But some people may say that is luxury. Also, the other thing I would like to talk about is the issue of disappearing of files. These files disappear upon exchange of money. Or you'll find that these things start from police and it goes to court. And the very police who are supposed to investigate are the very people who make these files disappear. You ask yourself, where are we going? Even when in court, it is the police to investigate process. Now, what are we doing? So I think the committee has to look into it because.
Thank you, namesake.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I thank our committee for the report. Right Honorable Speaker, when you consider the 339 increase as being reported in comparison to the original number which was expected, you see that it's really embarrassing. Right Honorable Speaker, many of these prisons were established so many years back. By that time, Ugandan population was not as big as it is presently. So, because of that, I'm of the view that we should allocate more funds for renovation and the construction of other prisons, so as to fight against
Microphone a bit, yes. Thank you.
Of being overcrowded. Another thing, Right Honorable Speaker, we can bear some systems that are being used in some countries which experienced such a problem. For instance, in Kenya, the report has indicated that the judicial system, the base in the judicial system is one of the causes.
Thank you, Masaka. Let's move. And first speak colleagues who haven't spoken and who have been here.
Thank you, Right Honorable
Honorable,
Speaker.
no.
My name is Zawede Victoria,
that
Sumanem in
one.
Aksongola District. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate the chairperson for the good presentation to this House. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to submit about the overcrowding and congestion in prisons. It's true, prison stations are overcrowded, but sometimes this overcrowding is caused by the policemen and the court. Right Honorable Speaker, some people are arrested just because of minor cases, which can sincerely not force someone to be arrested. But what is the cause? Sometimes if you fail to get in touch with the policemen, that's when they push you to court. From court, you go to prison. And Right Honorable Speaker, another issue is about the delay on remand. Sometimes people are arrested and they take long to take the hearing of those people who are arrested. And at the end of the day, there is overcrowding in prison. Right Honorable Speaker, when you go to prison stations that are around the lake shores, for example, we have the Fisheries Protective Unit. These days, it is over punishing the fishermen on the lake. And if these people fail to pay something little, they are arrested. And when they are taken to police, direct to court, and they are not given fair hearing. From there, that's when they take long to delay in prisons, and that's why people are suffering and they are overcrowding in prison stations. So, Right Honorable Speaker, my prayer is that fair hearing should be taken to these people who are arrested. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Nakasongora. Yes, I'll start with the line of veterans who have been here since 2 p.m.
Thank you, Right Speaker. First of all, colleagues, if some of you were here on the viral, we have one of colleagues very sick, Honorable Beacon Rose, Umanem P for Terego. I hope that you pray for her. I want to concur with my colleagues. First of all, I want to thank those who compiled the report. The problem is that the prison services are on the receiving end. If only we could operationalize the LC courts, some of the mainstream police. But now our LC courts are avoided. At times, they're overlooked. Like my colleague said, they arrest somebody on petty cases. And you find many people are in prisons without even being heard on some issues which can be handled in the communities. And then another one said, I want to commend the prison management. They have done a commendable work. In fact, they are in production. They are skilling most of Ugandans in prison. But now what we have to do is to emphasize the point of visiting justice. We used to have visiting justice to go in prisons to find out, one, the condition of the prisoners, two, to reverse some cases through negotiation, in fact, consulting with the judiciary to find that some of these matters not need someone to be in prison. And then another one, which is really very disturbing, is the issue of land commission, giving land of prisons. They are supposed to keep land. In fact, they are trustees in our land, for our land. But you can imagine giving away land, institutional land, which has been time and memorial, the land has been there. And this land.
Yeah, man, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Dr. Bokadidi George is my name. I represent the people of Obongi. I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, number one is the issue of congestion. And it has a public health connotation. There are studies that have been done in this country that because of the congestion in the prisons, there is an increase in the rate of tuberculosis. And therefore, decongesting the prisons becomes important with a short-term, medium-term, and long-term plan, which I do support in the recommendation. Now, prisoners and the prison staff have a right to health services. Unfortunately, I served as a district health officer, fortunately, and I had 2 prisons, Olia prison and Adjumani prison, where because of the limitations in the prison health services, we had to take up the cost of providing medicines and treatment for the prisoners. I think I would recommend that there has to be collaboration between the Ministry of Health and the prison health services to improve access to health services. Relatedly is the need for isolation wards within the prison for contagious diseases. Finally, access to judicial services, delays dispensation of justice. And the issue I'm raising here is in new districts that have limited number of police, prosecution services, and judicial services. I would like to recommend that a strong recommendation be put in this report that the Minister of Justice.
Sorry, Honorable. Yes. Go on, I said I want to clear that one which has been there. And
thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For the purpose of record, I'm Ezama Siraj Burhan, representing the people of Baringa County. Right Honorable Speaker, this issue of accommodation in prisons is really a very critical issue that we need to look into. You'll find that in many cases, people who are taken there, they don't have anything to sleep on. They are just there, dumped there. What they say there is not catered for. The sitting material, the sleeping facilities are not washed. They are very dirty. People, they find themselves conducting diseases which are not supposed to be for them. By the virtue of being in prison, nobody wishes to be in prison. At times there are circumstances that can force a person to go there, which is beyond that person's control. So we need to take a very critical venture in order to see that the prisoners are given fair treatment in the prisons. And I take the 48 hours for making them to be fairly heard should be clearly stipulated so that when a person is taken there, the person should be heard. That one who is supposed not to be there should be given that opportunity to go home. Because others are kept there at last you'll find that they will also have no answer. No case to answer. And there should also be scenario created whereby when a
let's do and then.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Adalinga Solomon is my name. I represent the people of Tor County in Buko District. Right Honorable Speaker, so that we are all candidates of prisons. And therefore, we should not make prison somehow a torture chamber. And in Buko, I want to thank the government that they have constructed a prisons which is relatively fair, though it doesn't have all the structures, and it has also constructed the courts. But the problem is the prisons and the courts are almost 15 kilometers apart, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, if these prisoners are brought to the courts, they have to travel on foot with handcuffs, all that distance, 15 kilometers. To me, Right Honorable Speaker, that one is more of torture. And therefore, we request that the government should think of providing transport for these people so that they also don't over disturb the magistrate, because the magistrate wastes a lot of time waiting for these prisoners to come. Right, Honorable Speaker, water is life. In my district, the prisons, there is no water. Prisoners travel almost 5 to 6 kilometers to go and fetch water, right, Honorable Speaker. I would pray, right, Honorable Speaker, that possibly government should think of at least taking water closer to these prisons so that our people can also access.
Atito, you're ready.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, I want to thank the committee for the comprehensive report that they have just presented. My concern goes to the agriculture production, which is being affected by the climate change. Right, Honorable Speaker, as you may be aware, climate change is one of the effects and challenges that has affected the world, and its impacts are far-reaching and devastating to countries that are less resilient, Uganda inclusive. As you may be aware, most of us are engaged in agriculture, such as a hospital. There is need to have food near you. So, to me, I believe the government should have taken more concern long time ago to have the irrigation schemes in these prison farms so as to solve the problem of food insecurity. And also to have a resilient farm, because when you are ready, when there is drought, you can use this water. You can have the mechanisms, the tractors to plow, other than using the prisoners themselves to go and dig dry land, which is not proper. The other issue that I wanted to raise, Right Honorable Speaker, is the need to have prison facilities and courts of law, at least in each and every district.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Colleagues, if I've pointed at you, you need to be quick to move. Ogwari Poreka?
Yes. No, Ogwal Moses.
So
Goli.
Ogwal Moses.
Ogwal Moses Goli, Dokolo North. Right Honorable Speaker, let me take the opportunity to.
This man was a big expert at private sector foundation. So we benefit a lot from him.
Thank you. I wanted to take the opportunity to congratulate you for taking up that seat, because I've never had the opportunity to do that. Congratulations.
I'm about to retire.
Yeah. I've not had that chance. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of prisons, I love that it is a prisons service. That prison service is very important, because we should concentrate ourselves on correction-related activities to support the prisoners to come out better than they went. So if we are going to support them, it should become a quasi-skilling institution so that we can have the best out of them. If they have gone there for agriculture, don't concentrate them on this large production using, as my sister said, production by hand. Help them to see how they can do livestock, how they can do things like cabbages and so on, so that when they come out, they can become an asset to the community. And lastly, there should be a follow-up mechanism to support them. For example, if they have come out, you see how best to help them do good production, whether in poultry and so on, follow up, they will become better people in society.
Thank you. Thank you, Moses. Nebanda.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to join my colleagues to thank the Committee on Defense and Internal Affairs for the good comprehensive reports. Uganda is deemed to be on the top list of having the highest number of inmates with over 55 people in capacity. And as a country, we need to look for workable solutions, both short and long term. I would like to thank the committee for the recommendations they've made. I'm going to make a few amendments and maybe edit a few. In my constituency, it's true we need more judges. Why? In a week, we could have 3 panels, and they have to listen to 40 criminals and 20 sex offenders within 1 week, which is very, very impossible. So I also support the issue of having more judges in place. I support the issue of more infrastructure. However, they've not stated clearly which kind of units, small or bigger. Since the rate of criminals is rising each and every day, I would recommend that they make the prison units a bit bigger to accommodate the people, to save money in the future. Also, another way of reducing on criminals in prison, we could use the option of pre-bargain and reduce sentences on petty cases. It would also help a big deal in reducing the number of prisoners. Much as we are pushing for bail, we could also consider that road. It will help us a great deal. Thank you very much.
It's me. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. My name is Gerard Nangola. I represent the people of Elgon North. I would like to add on my voice also to thank the chairperson of the committee and your members for the great report. Mine is on the side of criminality, the increase in criminality, is that when you look at various are to blame, because they tend to delay when something can be concluded within 24 hours. But simply because you are not cooperating, they call it cooperation. When you don't cooperate, even if it's just a minor offense that needs you to be given a bond, they will push it to the prosecutor and to the state to ensure that you are prosecuted. When it is something that can be sorted out between the two, but simply because you are not cooperating well, they will push it further. And we find these people being pushed to Mutufu, to various prisons, and they end up overcrowding prisons. And it is just a minor one. Of course, we know there are those major cases whereby we say the matter should be taken to the State Attorney for perusal and advice so that the files are sanctioned. But once you fail to cooperate, I want to assure you, honorable colleagues,
Thank you, Honorable.
Not to do something.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
It seems Nango refused to cooperate.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also want to thank the committee for this good report. Honorable Speaker, I also want to echo on a few issues that touch the prison service. The concern that I have is in the adequate housing for the staff and the prisoners. Procedural prison service is one of the oldest prison service we have in this country. In fact, it has dilapidating structures. The walls are almost collapsing. The point in case is when the umbra was attempted to be broken in, just because of the weak and the poor structure that this prison service has. It has a chain link wire of, I don't know how many years back, and it has patches in this, and this can be an avenue for prisoners to escape. So I would think that government would pursue the idea of low-cost housing, because after all, people are engaged in brick making and government can cover the rest of the areas. Honorable Speaker, the other area is that many of our prisons are filled up with the cattle thieves, as my colleagues had said before, where they are not trained. I have some prisoners from Procedural cattle thieves who have been in mortal prison for to court, they are just there. And I think this is because of lack of information that they need to have legal representation. So I think it is important that the government and the prison service screens these cattle thieves, because we cannot have chicken thieves there, cattle thieves, all, and that's what.
Thank you. Chematai.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to thank the Committee of Defense and Internal Affairs for the very elaborate report that they have made. I'm one of those who visits prisons every year in Kapchorwa, and what they have mentioned is really true about prisons, except for some few areas which is special for Kapchorwa. They said there was a lot of land for prisons in the whole of Uganda. That prisons farm is the biggest, but for us in Kapchorwa, our land is so small, very small, and therefore I call upon government to buy for us land which can be used for as a farm.
Others are complaining.
Yeah, we want
more digging ground.
Yes, we want more big ground, especially to be used for the projects like poultry, tailoring, and so forth, because the other thing is they also talked about the inadequate staff quarters. This is very true. What we have done of late in Kapchorwa is that we have hired a hydroform machine, which has helped in construction of the quarters, staff quarters, and it has done great work. I implore government to use the same method, introduce hydroform machines to every prison so that the staff quarters can be constructed in every prison. I discovered that in prisons, the majority of the offenders are the youth. They are the youth.
Choma.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I take the pleasure to thank the chairman and the committee for the report, which is very elaborate. Mr. Speaker, I want to comment on the issue of imprisoning the juveniles together with the adults. While the committee was informed that actually it was intended to restrict the spread of COVID-19, to me, it was actually a catalyst spreading COVID-19, because the committee in its report notes that because of imprisoning the juveniles together with adults, it led to congestion. Mr. Speaker, not only that, when you imprison the juveniles together with adults, some of these adults are hardcore criminals. There is a danger that these adults will brainwash and indoctrinate these young people who will eventually become a problem to the community. It is my considered additional recommendation, Mr. Speaker, that these remand homes should be decentralized, should be regionalized, other than hearing of Naguru remand home, Kampirinjisa. They should be really regionally distributed so that we avoid that. Mr. Speaker, I want also to talk about land grabbing. Why it is true that some people have grabbed land, prison land. Some other dubious people are instead using the prison to grab people's land. There is a live case in my constituency where a one Okware put an announcement.
Are you Tony?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee for the report. Right Honorable Speaker, looking at the Uganda Prison Service Act 2006, section 5. And when you look at subsection 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, the prison is supposed to keep those ones who have been detained in a humane and a safe custody and produced in court at the time when it's required. They are also, it's also supposed to facilitate the social rehabilitation and reform of prisoners through specific training and education. Now, this is what the committee went out to look at. But from the report, Right Honorable Speaker, you realize that keeping them in a congested mistreatment and not producing them in court from time to time when they're required, then it shows that what is provided by the Act is not being followed, even rehabilitating them. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I think the point here is that for us to implement this Act, then as a country, we need to invest in prison service so that it becomes a place where people are rehabilitated and supported so that when they get out, they become better people than when they went to prison. Right Honorable Speaker, looking at the cost-benefit analysis, it's only prisons like Luzira and those other ones, but the village prisons, they're a real nightmare. There are places of torture where the rights of the inmates are not respected. So we'd want to call the Ministry of Internal Affairs, in specific the prison service, that we support them with the more resources to expand on the infrastructure for keeping them, also with the facilities like in the farm, so that instead of digging from morning to evening using a hand oar, they are kept with.
Rita Kwasa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I do thank the committee for the good work they have done. And note that the prisons are congested because domestic violence and sexual and gender-based violence form the majority of the culprits in those prisons. And it is because government has not taken the preventive arm of investing in the prevention of the vice. And in fact, unfortunately, lucky government is that if all the filers and wife batterers ended in prison, the crisis would be much larger. So I think as appropriators, it is very wise that we rethink, and with the Ministry of Gender, the investment to prevent gender-based violence. And also to add, I applaud the committee for urging to expedite the legal aid bill. This bill is very important. It is very important to women, very important to the youth, and those categories actually that end in prison unjustly. So therefore, I would like to add my voice that government should be fair enough to make sure that legal aid services are extended countrywide, so that especially women on property rights, where it comes in, they are very well defended. Women who are cohabiting, women who have lost husbands, who are widows, and many others like that. But otherwise, I do thank the committee for the good work done. Thank you, Right Honorable.
Honorable Gilbert Oranya is representing the Shadow Minister for Internal Affairs from the report I got. 2 minutes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to explore the chairman to extract the resolutions made on prison for the last 4 years. Right Honorable Speaker, we have been discussing about prison and the resolutions were passed. It looks as if government is not taking these matters seriously. We resolved on the bucket systems, prison farms, congestions, and so many issues. Parliament passed resolutions. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to explore you. Let the parliament you lead should be action-oriented parliament. Let what parliament resolved should be implemented. Right Honorable Speaker, if you are to ask ourselves, we have inmates in prisons who have taken more than 10 years, 15 years in remand. They are not being taken to court, they are just there in prison. We have other inmates who are in prison on minister's order. And when we visited Luzira, we asked them, they have taken 20 years under minister's order. And they don't know what is going on, they are just there in Luzira.
Honorable, do you have a list of those?
Yes.
Member?
Yes.
So please, tomorrow, can you lay it on table?
Right
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Because you see, I want the answer to be clear. When you say
Yes.
there are prisoners who are in prison on minister's order.
Yes, yes.
A minister of the government of Uganda.
Yes, yes.
So tomorrow, can you I'll give you an opportunity, you raise the list.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I will come with that.
Yes, if you don't, then you shall have to go and retract. No, I won't expunge, you would retract.
No, right.
Have more time, Honorable.
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, what I'm telling you is the truth.
Okay, tomorrow.
Because I was in the committee of defense, in this committee, and I was the head of cabinet.
Tomorrow in my communication, after my communication, I'll give you an opportunity, you raise.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, let government take this matter seriously. And also, many people are being arrested on very minor matters. For example, many inmates coming from Maiden to Gamoro and Asolita prison, they are being arrested on land matters. And on reaching Kampala, they changed the case to treason. And right now, as I talk, many are rotting in Kigo prison. Just they are being tried by court persons. Yet they were arrested on land matters. Many were arrested 6 years ago. Right now, they're in Kigo prison. So let government take this matter very seriously. We can decongest prison very easily, but only that we are not willing
to
do it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And honorable colleagues, since these are your constituents from your area and you have their details, I'll also request that you raise their list here so that we can help. The ones who are arrested on land matters, but now are charged on prison and for 6 years, they are in prison. It will be very important. Then we intervene as a house. That's my major. Leader of opposition. No, colleagues, I made it very clear. These staff have families, and I've been seated here since 2. So, but I wanted everyone who has really waited to be given a chance to speak. And each one of you who is in this house today has spoken, which is important. No, I know how I'm, okay? Apart from those ones who,
yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, what is of great concern and which the Honorable Gilbert Olanya has alluded to is that every other report, if you were to go through all the reports, those of us who have been around for some time, they are either the same or similar. And the issues raised are actually the same. And so I would invite, with all the due respect, your office to prevail over the line minister to furnish this house with an action taken report, a kind of a treasury memorandum, This action taken report should be detailing.
Honorable, it shouldn't be a kind of. It's provided for under our rules, 220.
Most obliged.
Provides for your report.
Actually, it should detail the action is taken on the recommendations that have been made by this house, rather than having to repeat this over and over. Mr. Speaker, sir, the report decries the transportation of how expensive and time-consuming to transport inmates, when in this 21st century they could deploy the electronic court sessions. We have seen it. It should not be intensified because that could minimize the expenses, or rather the hurdles that come with the transportation of prisoners. So, Speaker, sir, I remember in 2016, when His Excellency the President, actually through his directive, Parliament started allocating funds to farming. And in the report, it is vividly clear that of the institutions we have in this country, prisons services has the largest acreage of land. And for that reason, they were tasked to start production of cotton. And they pledged after, of course, the allocation of 9 billion. I remember. And this 9 billion is a pledge. Dr. Biavashaija made a pledge and is on record. He made a pledge to produce 1 million bales of cotton per year. And this is not happening. It has failed. Even production of food, not only for the prisoners, but surplus food for the rest of the country. This has failed. One would wonder, and why I even take issue with this report. It is so silent about these funds. What could be happening with these funds? You mentioned irrigation, you mentioned all this.
Honorable Opposition Whip, as the Opposition Whip, you have members on this committee. You should ask them. I deployed you on this committee. Why isn't this in the report? Did you submit it and they refuse it? Why is the minority report? If you did, because we shall not fault the committee leadership, just for the sake of it, when we deploy members there. So you need to hold your members accountable.
Most obliged. And my whipping system, I don't announce it, but I have already started whipping them, okay. Because this should have generated a minority report on this, as a matter of fact. And I would want to find out why it has not come out. Mr. Speaker, the state used to have what they term state briefs. I've been consulting with some of the legal gurus here, whereby government would facilitate lawyers to go to these prisons. And this helped to actually decongest the prisons. This stopped. It was there in Obote's regime. And I don't know why this administration, close to 4 decades, could not borrow relief from this. This would have helped to reduce on the crowding and on the congestion that we have actually in the prisons. With those, Mr. Speaker,
thank you.
I beg to submit.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you. These are some of the alternative proposals which would be interesting to come from the opposition side. Because if that can help, really, I don't see why government would. There are very many people who are languishing in prison because of lack of guidance. Some of them don't know their rights, some of them don't know their time, even they've served their time, you know. So I will first allow Honorable Riri. It's something she wanted to clarify from the ethics angle. But Honorable Riri, on Thursday last week, we had an issue here which we required the Minister of Internal Affairs to link up with. It was raised by Honorable Namuga Goreti, a certain concert where they are attracting children, youth, young people, and it's called Zina Sosh. And she was concerned, and many young people around Rugogo, you know, teens drunk, smelling drugs, smoking, and they are cleared by authorities because there's no one who can hold a concert without clearing authorities. So please, General David Mosi, link up with him on that. And we said you should report to the House on what action you've taken. We will be glad if you follow that content, because he referred it to you.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I got of that information, and we are investigating on it, and we shall bring a report to the House. And Right Honorable Speaker, it's not only that, my ministry has a lot, we are getting a lot of reports, and others who have gone head on with my technical staff
and we have even gone as far as arresting some of them. But when I will bring that report here, Right Honorable Speaker, I will need the support. Are decaying. They are decaying, and we need all to put our hands together to fight the decay of the morals of this country. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to comment on two issues about the report. I want to thank the committee for the report, and I want to thank the chair and the Right Honorable Speaker. I'm going to comment on immoral behavior. In this report, I have not seen any statement, either any report, any concern raised by the committee about the immoral behavior in the prisons. And when we have reports that there's a lot of homosexuality, there's a lot of lesbianism in the prisons. So the committee members and the chair have not reported anything. I wonder whether they got it from the field or they did not get any report on that. And I remember, Right Honorable Speaker, in the 9th Parliament and in the 10th Parliament, I was in this committee. The leader of opposition has said, and my brother Gilbert were in the same committee, and we discussed and debated on this. But it is unfortunate that we are not seeing any action being taken place. So I pray that the committee should really work out on a special there, and I pray that in the recommendation they should put it. And I remember in the 9th Parliament, we spoke.
No, Honorable, you can propose a recommendation, which would adopt as.
The recommendation, which was even there in the 9th Parliament, which we debated in this very house, there was a proposal conjugal rights. And those conjugal rights, the Prince of Service would work out a way the spouses would be going to visit their spouses from the prisons to avoid this kind of immoral behavior of lesbianism and homosexuality.
Why are women clapping the most?
Right Honorable Speaker, it's not only the women who are clapping. I was even seeing my brother there.
No, I said the most.
You're aware of what is supposed to be taking place. So, Right Honorable Speaker, the conjugal rights if we gave to these spouses in the prisons would also make this immoral behavior get really reduced, or it would even remove it completely in the prisons.
Please, Honorable Minister, conclude.
I hope I'm protected, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Minister, conclude. You had only 2 minutes that you have.
Thank you so much. I want to implore to the committee to take it up and put it as a recommendation, because this prison is for all of us. It is not only for those ones which are there. Thank you so much. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
The Minister has proposed that we allow conjugal rights. Should we include it in the report? So, colleagues, this was good for the evening. We are tired, and so we needed to lighten up. Honorable Minister, there's something you want to say? Because the Minister for Internal Affairs left the Chief Whip with an obligation to ensure that he makes some responses. Honorable Minister, you don't need to make responses on each and everything, just summarize, because we expect you to present your report. Oh, so Minister for Defense first, and then the Chief Whip, who is in charge of prisons.
Thank you.
Sitting in for the Minister in charge of prisons.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank the committee that is doing oversight on the Ministry of Defense, Veteran Affairs, and the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and also all the agencies that handle issues of security in this country. I want to thank them for their good report. We have most of these recommendations that have been made specifically for prisons. Therefore, I will only answer one issue that was cross-cutting, the issues of production. And basically, that is the agricultural production. Mr. Speaker, looking at cases of food insecurity that the country is suspecting, the government of Uganda, through the Ministry of Agriculture, has encouraged or engaged the Ministry of Defense, that is the Chief of Production and the Ministry of Defense, has encouraged the NEC to join prisons and also to join NAGRIC to take on large production specifically for this season. Therefore, these institutions have already been given funds to engage specifically in production of maize, soya beans, and beans, so that we can be able to support. That one, I saw many members raised it. I thought I would bring it on because government has already acted. Secondly, for the issues of the fishery unit, fishery protection unity, which is under Ministry of Defense, the major mandate of this unity is to protect our water bodies from being overexploited. And indeed, in the process of protecting, they normally come across some of the suspected people that are arrested. I cannot call them criminals, but because just they have been suspected to have been involved themselves in mature fishing, because it is not their mandate to keep these people. Whatever they do is they forward them to the police to take the course, to take a legal course. Therefore, what we are going to do is to work together, that is police, so that when we forward these people to them, they expedite their process of the legal issues, so that they don't keep them so long in the prisons without being tried. Those are the few issues, Mr. Speaker, that I thought I would answer. I want to thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Government Chief Whip.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, on behalf of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, where I was delegated to hold brief for the Minister of State, Honourable General Muhoozi David, I want to thank the committee for the report containing findings and recommendations to government. The challenges contained therein: congestion in prisons, land grabbing, decent accommodation, the issue of minor cases, all raised therein. Honorable members, as government, we have not sat on recommendations made by this parliament. As you may be aware, we have started progressively the long march to review and revamp our correctional services. We are here talking about recruitment of judges. I think less than 2 weeks ago, His Excellency the President presided over the swearing-in ceremony of additional 16 High Court judges to add on to the existing ones. This parliament allocated more resources to the recruitment of even magistrates. I am aware that so far we have recruited over 100 magistrates we have created more magisterial areas where these magistrates will be deployed. Because justice delayed is justice denied. So these are some of the recommendations that we have worked on. So it is work in progress. On the issue of prisons, we have, just like the Minister of State for Defense and Veteran Affairs in charge of Veteran Affairs has stated, we have a plan to transform prison farms all over the country into production centers. The Minister of State for Agriculture, on behalf of government, is touring the whole country. He has been to a number of districts and is still going to a number of districts because Cabinet took this decision that we must transform prison farms into production centers. We even have a plan to make them part of the skilling program as part of the reform process. I know, Right Honorable Speaker, that this will help offset institutional costs, especially in feeding inmates, but also generate income and contribute to the national food security. So we have not sat. Maybe the expectations of Parliament in terms of our speed is not the speed at which we are moving, but all the issues here raised combined, they converge at one point. More resources. And these resources are scarce, honorable members. So kindly accept, we are making progress. It may not be at our speed, but progressively we believe that as part of these ongoing reforms, we shall also need to encourage communal or community services. For some offenders, members are talking about minor cases. We need to encourage that. And I think the justice, law, and order sector has also brought in a number of reforms. Plea bargain is one of them. When you stand and admit, you can be sentenced to a caution, you can be sentenced to community work. Those are part of the reforms that are coming. Right Honorable Speaker, there is one issue you specifically raised and I consulted on. The issue of why the UNEB Center is only at Luzira. I consulted with the Secretary UNEB, and this is what he stated. One, UNEB centers are demand-driven. That means if you know there is a demand, you request. According to him, he says, Uganda Prison Services requested for 2 centers at Luzira prisons, and UNEB granted. He went ahead to state that if further requested, that request can be considered and more centers created. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you. I think, colleagues, this is good information we've managed to get. Judges appointed. And I think our next phase, Government Chief Whip, is to match it with the state prosecutors. You have the judges, you have the magistrates, but there are no state prosecutors. I happen to have been attending a few meetings with the DPP when I was the Chief Whip, and I would encourage you. You'll find that's a critical gap. Even the judge will come, or even the magistrate will come, but the state prosecutor won't be anywhere because there are very many districts. So if we could really support government efforts on that, then the justice, law and order sector would have given it a very, very strong boost, which would help us to handle most of these cases that we do have. Colleagues, I think we've done justice to this presentation, to this report, and it is very important for us now to put a question so that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Defense and Internal Affairs on field visits to government prisons and prison farms with amendments, proposed amendments. Those in favor say aye, those against say nay. The ayes have it. You've had a concern raised by the Honorable Gilbert Oranya and Rob and other members, I think, including Honorable Ayotoni. We've been passing most of these resolutions, but under our leadership in the 11th Parliament, the issue of action taken reports is going to be taken seriously. Otherwise, there's no reason for us to sit here up to this time. So the Minister of Internal Affairs will be required in 3 months. So they need time, colleagues. They need time in 3 months to come back here and present a report on the actions taken as per Rule 220, so that we do this. And also, Chairman of the committee, these are issues we need it for upon. Otherwise, you'll continue doing reports, and in the end, you don't see members getting interested in your business if they don't see changes. Okay? So I'm glad. I want to thank you for being patient up to this time. This shouldn't be the habit of finishing Parliament at 8, but I wanted to wait so that colleagues are given opportunity. Also, colleagues, communication from the Speaker, matters of national importance will be stopping at 3 p.m. so that we go on substantive business that is on the order paper. Today we finished them past 4. If we had been on time, then it would mean that we would have finished the order paper. But now you can see we have one item we have not completed. Number 2, colleagues, are be stopping receiving matters of national importance at 1. At 1. Because it's very important when these matters come, they are passed on to the government chief whip and the opposition whip and lock for preparation. Us not have situations of minister will come and present a statement which clogs our order paper and suffocates members' business and government's business. So as you can see on our order paper, now we are no longer having many questions of ministers' response to A, B, C, D, because they come here and they have to explain. It's not good to clog the order paper. We should have a real order paper. Honorable Minister for Ethics has gone. Oh, you're still here? What we agreed upon here was we are not interested much in your report here. The members' prayer was very clear. The concert should only go on with your guidelines. So we want to know whether you've done guidelines. These are matters, I don't know, investigation. Adverts are going on. Phones, they are doing what? So investigation is then you bring a report when the concert is done and we start lamenting. So let's be proactive and we move forward. Finally, colleagues, I've said I will be stopping to receive matters of national importance at 1. That means I'll be stopping to meet members at 1. I wanted to make it very clear, because when you come and you very many, you remain in, I find I have to come to the house past 2. Yet by 2 I should be here. 2 on the dot I should be here. I need time to read. I need time to meet the chief whip. I need time to meet the rope, so that we reconcile on the business which is coming here. I need time to meet the committee chairpersons once they are going to be having an item on the order paper to agree on how it will be presented. So I also need time to prepare so that I can preside over the house in a much more better way. Okay? This is all good for efficiency and how we do business.
I want to thank you for standing with us up to this late. I want to thank the technical bench, the sergeant at arms, and everyone who has been with us till late. But this habit has to stop of finishing business at 8. I hereby adjourn the House to tomorrow at exactly 2.